Yeah, friends, good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Jai Bhim. Yesterday, we had a fantastic session with our very renowned speakers, and today as well, we have six speakers today. I'll just go through who all are going to speak. Be Dr. Shalini Arya, thereafter Mr. Hemant Sute, and Mr. Hemant Adgaonkar, Dr. Bhalchandra Mungekar, Dr. Suraj Yegde, and Captain Vinay Bambole. So, Captain Bambole.
Okay. Thank you, Neelam. So today is the final day of our workshop, and with me we have co-host Captain Neelam Ingle, who has just spoken to you, and she is also with Air India, a senior commander, flying in command for the last 5 years and joined 10 years before. And both of us will take you to this journey of a workshop. We have 6 speakers, as she has already mentioned. Okay, so before we start for today's session, let us have a recap of yesterday. Yesterday, we had Dr. Sona Zari Amins, Vice Chancellor of Jharkhand University. And followed by that, we had Mr. Mehul Jhunjhunwala from TIME Nagpur, who had given information on various competitive examinations for MBA and MTech courses. Then we had Dr. Vaishali Bambole, Professor of Physics and ex-HOD from Mumbai University. And we had Mr. Mangesh Borkar, who had given us an insight of civil services and MPSC examination. And then we had Mr. Deepak Sharma from New York, who spoke about fintech and the artificial intelligence and machine learning integrated for fintech technologies. And then we had the last speaker, Dr. Aditri Banerjee. She was associate professor, associate economics consulting in Boston. And as Neelam has mentioned, we are going to have a good lineup of speakers, starting with Dr. Shalini Arya. So I hand it over to Neelam once again. And before that, I request all the participants, whoever is present today, to make this is the last day, and lots of announcements are going to be made today pertaining to this workshop, and lots of information will be provided to you. So since the speakers are expert in their respective areas, I request all of you to kindly take a note, okay, of the guidance which you are going to get it, because everything cannot be provided through the PDF presentation. So you will have to make your own notes and keep it preserved. That is going to be handy. And once again, I request all the participants not to put on their audios. I mean, keep your audios and videos in mute so that we can have a clear audibility and visibility of the speakers. And also, once during the presentation of the speaker, if you could note down your questions and keep asking the questions towards the end of the session, that will be better. Or you, during the course of session also, you can keep putting your questions on the chat. We will not be taking any questions on audio, because yesterday we had observed that there was a little bit of disturbances, and we unnecessarily waste on time. So we would be taking all the questions on chat. You can put in as many as number of questions you have. We will try and take all the questions. So thank you for your patience, and over to you, Neelam. Speaker would be, I think, Hemant Adgaonkar, because Hemant Sute is not there.
Yes, thank you. So our next speaker is Mr. Hemant Adgaonkar. He's Director, Mindspecs Consultants. He's an engineering graduate and master's in business administration, bringing techno-commercial expertise with huge customer interfacing background, and operate as independent industry and management consultant. He has consulted and counseled budding entrepreneurs to take the plunge of starting their own companies and help them turn their conceptual ideas into practical reality. With a passion for people understanding and assessment, studied psychology and worked extensively on emotional and social intelligence of students, working professionals, and entrepreneurs. He is an NCDA, that's National Career Development Association, certified career counselor and planner. Skill development and training for creating employable workforce has been his subject of interest and has guided 5,000 young graduates in personality enhancement, presentation skills, understanding work cultures, and team play. He created unique training outfit on embedded systems, which was later acquired by Boston Computing Limited. He is a regular faculty at entrepreneurship workshops, social forums, colleges, and corporates on man management, sales force management, creating value propositions across established enterprise and startups, and generating personal relationships. Mr. Hemant Adgaonkar.
Hemant, before you start, let me just brief the students that Hemant has been guiding you throughout the sessions. He is the admin and he is also looking after the technicalities of this workshop, and especially the psychometric and the iDream platform. Okay, so students, please make best use of whatever he's going to tell you now, because he's going to give you the analysis and the in-depth know-how of the psychometric test which you must have done, and how to read it, how to correlate with your best career options, and also the various various tools which are available on iDream platform. Okay, that's you're not going to get this opportunity again. So please listen to him carefully and prepare your questions, because what we observed was after the session is over and then people keep asking questions, so that has no relevance then. You should ask the questions whenever it is relevant and clear your doubts. Okay, because this kind of guidance, once again, over and over, you are not going to get it. So please, once again, please listen carefully whatever he has to say when he is explaining you about the attributes of the reports. That is very, very important. Each and every point is pertinent, and then that will help you to determine your career options. So over to you, Hemant, once again. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Vinay. And Neelam ma'am introduced me today with the whole this thing. But I think all the students here and the participants actually know me very well.
Yes.
From last Monday, I think they had innumerable questions for me, a lot of googlies for me, and I had to answer them. And once or twice, I had to actually scold them also. So I had been their teacher. And we discussed about psychology, which is a very, very, very interesting area. How people make or break their careers because of their personalities. Just now we had a presentation from Shalini ma'am. Okay, and as I had told you, if you remember on the first day, that there is everything that happens, you have the DNA of your parents. But many people, like Shalini ma'am's parents, had the DNAs. They had the focus. They had their very good cognitive abilities. They had their three-dimensional capabilities, foresight. But maybe their situation was not such that they could have used it for themselves. What happened is they used it for their children. And the result is Dr. Shalini Arya. So when they thought that she has to be sent for the studies, I think that is foresight. There are many students who may not even understand what is sitting under studying on tin roofs and whatever. But that was inspiring, and that proves my point that the DNA makes a lot of difference. Only thing that changes is your receptivity. She was ready to take, she was ready to learn, she was ready to put in the effort. And second was, the result orientation was very clear. I do not want my parents and my relatives to be poor. I want to take them to newer heights. So both the two things I had told you, one receptivity and second is result orientation. She gets 100% marks on those two lines, and that's the reason she is where she is now. Now what will happen is we have seen a lot of people giving their exams. If they have already given the psychometric test, they can keep the, as I told you earlier, also keep the report handy so that I can explain it point wise, so that you don't require my counseling later. If you do not seriously look at the report and understand it now, then maybe I am a very costly counselor. You may require me, and then it will be a cost to you also. So let's go.
Yeah, Hemant, make an attempt that everyone understands this report, okay, very clearly. Okay, so so their understanding is very clear.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are you able to see the report? The report is visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can see that career guidance program slide.
Right. Okay. So what I will do is, I will go on this, your aptitude profile. Once you gave the exam, we have got your aptitudes mapped in. Okay. Now, from the 4 days workshop, what we did was we understood, we had a lot of motivational sessions. But one thing that we understood from Ratna ma'am was what is the procedure to go to US, study there, and maybe at postgraduate levels or maybe at PhD levels. And they give you all the details of how to go there. Now, psychology is an interesting game, as I told you. I can tell you who can go there and who cannot go there. Okay. Now, the person who wants to study abroad, what are his capabilities that he requires as a personality? He has to have very, very high spatial abilities. Spatial ability, you must be seeing there is a graph here, right? And there is as a fifth point you have spatial. Now this report is just a indicative report. We do not share anybody's report, and so be assured your report is your report with you and the counselor, nobody else. So you need more spatial abilities. In sense, as I told you that day, spatial ability is your foresight. You have to look further 3 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line. Those are the only people who can think of going abroad and making a mark in the field they want. Second is they have to have very good reasoning. This reasoning gives you the result orientation. Why I have taken a particular course, let's say engineering, let's say humanities or economics. Second is why I am studying this, because I have to learn more intricate things in economics. Okay. Next, then I'll do post graduation in economics. Okay. Then I will do PhD in economics. Okay. Then I will try to map my expertise in economics with AI, artificial intelligence used by Google. So if this is the foresight that you have and you want to utilize whatever you have learned, then I will call you have very good three-dimensional or spatial abilities. So person who wants to go there needs to have this. Second is he has to have focus, very high focus, because keeping your focus for 1 year, 2 years, 6 months is okay. Some people do not even cannot even focus for half an hour. There were people in this workshop who couldn't even sit 6 hours, 5 hours for this workshop. As Captain Bambole said, if you cannot concentrate for 5 hours, how are you going to go for higher studies to US or UK or wherever? So high focus is absolutely required. Okay, you have to be investigative. You have to work on your data. If you have this ingredient in you, you are a good candidate to go to US or any other country. Okay. here you will see five 5 points. One is numerical ability. Numerical ability is not exactly knowing maths. It is applying maths, applying the mathematical concepts. There are people who become engineers, they may know mathematics, but then they have to apply it. So this is numerical ability. Second is your verbal ability. As I told you that day, verbal ability is if you want to speak, you should speak in such a way that the other person understands it. And vis-a-vis, if the other person is speaking, you should be able to understand him. This is called verbal ability. So, and mechanical ability is understanding machines, how they will operate, how they react to a particular force. That understanding is mechanical understanding. So, you will have a score like this. So half of it can be checked here whether you are ready to go to abroad for higher studies. High reasoning, high spatial abilities, and rest mechanical and numerical is okay. If you are looking forward to become an MBA, yesterday Junjunwala said you can become an MBA in whatever, marketing or HR or whatever. So if you want to become that, then again foresight is required. Specialist has to be high. You have to have high logic. You now have to have very good verbal abilities. And in association with all this, you have to be very, very enterprising. You have to start thinking of new ideas, new working ways, new operational ways. And definitely you have to be creative. Creative meaning not just you know how to draw or paint. No, artistic is you are appreciative of every art that happens. It can be God created tree. It can be God created flora, fauna. It can be somebody's shirt. It can be color of your house. All these things you have to understand. If you have good creativity, you will be able to actually appreciate that. Okay. And third part is, if you want to become an IS officer, UPSC, MPSC, or a government officer, then what are the capabilities? First thing is you have to be very, very emotionally strong because you are going to deal with people later. So you cannot cry with people. If people are crying, there is poverty everywhere. You cannot sit and cry with them. You have to come out with solutions for them. So you have to be very, very emotionally strong. Foresight, anyway, if you do not have good foresight, I don't think you are made for higher things. You can settle for something lower. High focus, yes, it is required. Now, what is interestingly required is you have to be conventional. You cannot be enterprising. Enterprising meaning coming out new ideas every day. You thinking about ways of operation, new ways of talking to people, selling things, marketing things, creating ads, whatever. Conventional meaning if you are given a particular set of work to do, you will do it as per the rules. You will follow the set rules. You will not deviate. And so you need to be very, very conventional and absolutely investigative. Without data, you will not work. So if you are such kind of a person, please start trying for UPSC. Mr. Borkar can help you this way. So giving you this background that with such kind of a report, actually we can find out where I can stand, where I stand and where I can go tomorrow. Okay. Then now let us go to personalities. Okay. This is a point where I told you in all the three areas, whether it is study abroad, whether it is UPSC, MPSC, or whether it is MBA, I said high focus is required. Now, the green side of this is high focus, and the yellow side of this band is easygoing, impulsive, jaldi jhagda hona, gussa hona, but you are not focused. I'll again tell you, on the right hand side, focused and organized. If the circle in between goes right, that means you are very, very focused. You are organized. Your decision making are not impulsive. You take decisions based on facts and figures, and you have high values. Without values, you cannot go anywhere. So if the circle between goes on the right in your report, you are focused, organized. If it is go on the left, it says easygoing and impulsive. Okay. Similarly, there will be so many bands coming in, and you have to compare it with your report. Okay. The second one says interpersonal orientation. Interpersonal is between two people, between one community and another community. It can be a group of people. So how do you behave with individuals or groups? Okay. So here again, on the green side, you will be social and extrovert, meaning you like to meet people, you understand people, you go yourself and go and talk to, make friends with people, and you have high energies in you. So when definitely when you are thinking of pursuing MBA, absolutely this circle has to be in the green side of it. You cannot be quiet and introvert as it is on the left side. You cannot be a quiet and introvert person to pursue any of the fields of MBA, whether it is operations, whether it is human resource, or whether it is marketing. So this is interpersonal. Here, if the circle goes on the right, you are social, you understand people, you are extrovert, you go extra length to talk to people. And if it is left side, then you are quiet, introvert. This also is in your DNA. Some people look extrovert at times because their work makes them do that. But the moment they are given a quiet corner, they will prefer sitting alone and reading a book. So this is inbuilt in us. Whatever we are, it is there. There are only 2-3 techniques that we have to use to improve ourselves. I will tell you at the end of it. Your attitudinal orientation that we are talking about. Okay. On the right hand side, it is generous, cooperative. We have Neelam Ingle ma'am, captain. She has come all the way to support this system. She is generous enough. She is cooperative. She would have always said no to it. We requested her, she came on the board. So she is generous. She is cooperative. She is trustworthy. She came on time. She delivered what was expected. Okay. She was on time and she actually told us, sir, ye chalega, ye nahi chalega. So she was tough and she was helping. She was very clear what she wanted and what was to be delivered. So in this attitudinal orientation, if the circle goes green, it is generous and cooperative. And on the left hand side, it becomes tough and competitive, yellow. In this report, it is in the center, meaning I am sometimes generous and cooperative as per the need of the people, but I also compete with them. I just don't give everything to them. माझ्या खिशातले 100 रुपये आहेत. मी 100 रुपयातनं मला जर 10 रुपये लागणार असेल तर मी 10 ठेवेन, 90 लोकांना वाटेल, पण पूर्ण 100 देणार नाही. So I am at the center of it. Generous, cooperative, but doesn't mean माझे कपडे काढून मी सगळ्यांना देऊन टाकले पाहिजे. Yes, you have to help everybody, but then you have to be competitive also. So center is better in this case. And your emotional orientation, as I told you, I think in UP, if you want to do UPSC, MPSC, you are your circle, which is in the center here, it has to go on the left side, green. You have to be emotionally strong. Here it shows, because it is in the center, it shows emotionally balanced. There is If it is on the left side, anxieties are not there because you are emotionally strong. If it is on the right side here, sensitive, nervous, anxious, from the day when you have started giving your exams, you were nervous, you forgot a lot of things, you were sensitive, you cried. Half the time, whenever there was, how many people cried when Shalini ma'am was giving the presentation? Just check with yourself. There will be definitely 30 to 35% people who must have got water in their eyes. They are actually on the yellow side of it. It is not bad, but for a particular kind of a job, you have to be different. And here, if you are green, then definitely you are a very, very good purpose. Learning orientation. This type of personalities, if the circle is on the green, they are imaginative, experimental. They create. They understand aesthetics. They have newer ideas of doing the same thing. Absolutely required to become an MBA. Do CAT. You can definitely get good numbers in CAT when Times Institute will teach you that all that. But at the end of the day, you are going to work as a manager. You are supposed to come out with new ideas. You are supposed to be imaginative. You have to see the world, how it will look before even it is created. So if the circle goes on the right hand side, you are imaginative, you are experimental, and your aesthetic values are very, very high. You appreciate, you understand what is color. Green and blue can go, whether my tie and my shirt is matching or not. Some of them may not have even observed it, but there must be some people who have already observed, and maybe they have not agreed to my wearing this color of shirt and this color of tie. So they have imaginative aesthetics and good ideas on the green side, and left side they are more practical, realistic. दुनिया से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, मैं मेरा काम और मैं, इससे ज्यादा का मुझे कुछ समझता नहीं है, दिया हुआ काम ही मैं करता हूं, इससे ज्यादा मैं किसी के बीच में भी नहीं पड़ता हूं, और ना ही मैं कोई किसी लिए कुछ करने के लिए या कुछ नया करने की सोचता हूं. ऐसे प्रैक्टिकल लोग बहुत सारे क्लर्क्स, बहुत सारे सुपरवाइजर्स in factories, they are these kind of people who are in the yellow in this band. Okay, so these are the personality traits that you have seen, which actually gives you a feel that what are you made of and what you can do in life. Your interests are supposed to be there. Shalini ma'am said she found out that food was very interesting area finally. And earlier she said, no, I don't want to do because सिर्फ खाना बनाना है तो क्या फायदा है सीखने का. But at the end of the day, she understood that she had passion for food, and she is doing excellent in that. So through the psychometric test, actually we can find out the interest part of your personality. And as I said earlier, again, because this time I am collaborating what I said earlier. Study abroad. What I told you is, study abroad personality has to be investigative, because they are going to go for higher studies, to do PhDs, to do masters. It cannot be just mucking up and going. They are supposed to work with data. So here, being investigative and very, very realistic. Realistic people, the first one, these people are doers. They do it by their hands. They do it themselves. They get their scientific studies done. They may have a team, but at the end of the day, it is said X personality had done research on these parameters and come out with these results. And so he is given a Nobel Prize or whatever prize is. So he has to be very realistic, and he has to be investigative. If in your report, if you see high scores on this, definitely you are made to go for higher studies wherever, whether it is in India or abroad, wherever. As I said, artistic is not knowing drawing or whatever. Artistic is creative. You appreciate people. You understand art. You understand the good things in the world. Social, as I said, social is you understand people. You are a people's person. You care about them. You like to be with them. Enterprising, as I said, for going for MBA, you have to be enterprising. You have to be persuader. You want to get, you are going to be MBAs after that. So naturally, you are supposed to be persuaders. You want to get work done. You are influencers with your speech, with your work. You want to influence people and definitely lead a huge team. And the last one is conventional. As I said, all people who are working in the government sectors, deviations are not accepted. Some few deviations, some creativity, yes, but 95% of the work is conventional. You cannot, in an army background, the army personnel cannot start thinking about himself and अकेला चला गया war करने के लिए कि मुझे चाइना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, let me go and fight. No, he has to be there systematically under the rules and regulations of the system. So if somebody likes to follow rules and regulations, if he likes to follow it and make it effective in front, then he or she should definitely look for going for UPSC. So he has to be conventional, as I said. Your interest profile, as we said here in this report, this personality is realistic. He has 10 numbers here. If you are able to see the profile, he has 10 numbers with realistic. He is investigative. He is at 10. Okay. And he is enterprising. So he is realistic. He is investigative and he is enterprising. He is supposed to be, this personality has to be in strategy making in an organization. This person will keep on creating new ideas, and with investigative nature, he is going to be a strategist. And this report is exactly what I know this personality, and he is a strategist in an organization called ICAT School of Learning. So, and small test can tell us a lot of things about you. So, when you read your report, find out what are the higher, which are the higher areas, and three things that I have told you. Please remember. One, for foreign studies, you have to be realistic, you have to be investigative, and you have to be conventional. Or conventional thoda kam raha to chalega, but realistic and investigative are the two things that are required here. Check in your report. In MBA, I told you, you have to be enterprising. And you have to be artistic also, creative. And if you are going for government jobs, then definitely it has to be conventional. The more of conventional you are in army, or you are a IS officer, MPSC, UPSC, Indian Railway Services, all those 24 and what numbers of government jobs that you have, administrative jobs, you are made for that. Okay. So what will happen is, out of the after seeing all your traits, personality traits, we come out with a career cluster fitment. So my suggestion will be, you will take only first 4 as the indicative careers that can be pursued. Here it says fitness and well-being. It says architecture and planning. This third one is hospitality, tourism and transport service. And the fourth is agriculture and food sciences. Okay. So in your report, there would be first 4. You have to find out. And when you get this 4, you go back to the I Dream Career portal, where that day I told you that there are going to be 4 different blocks. First is you come to know about a career in that. I will show you the slide and explain. Here we will do is what we will do is fitness, agriculture, hospitality, and agriculture and food sciences. These are the 4 areas that we will check. Right? Please. Just a second, I'll put in the other slide. Yeah. So these are the 4 blocks that you will see when you get the dashboard. So explore careers. First one. So as I did told you, there will be 550 different career options, out of which today for you, because in your report there would be 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever has come up. You will go to this professional career and then select one of them. Let's say agriculture and food sciences or fitness and well-being. These are all here. Once you see them, you click on them. What you will get is you will get the details of it. What all careers are there in fitness and well-being, agriculture and science. This will tell you 25 different careers available in that particular field. Now you'll say which one to select. I don't understand how to select. What you have to do is you have to study about it. That day I had given an example, aeronautical engineering. So you have to actually understand what an aeronautical engineer means. Then you go ahead, find out what is the pathway to that, how to study there, how to go there, which college. So I'll go back again. Okay. So explore careers. For the first 4 that have come up, you will do an explore career, study about them. Second is once you find out finally, yes, this is the career that I want to pursue, then you will click on the college directory for that particular career. You will get all the colleges in India and abroad. You can have a scroll on the left side where you can actually filter it out, saying India, Uttar Pradesh, and some city there, or Maharashtra, Nagpur. So you will get exact colleges in Nagpur which are giving courses in the particular profession that you have or a career choice that you have made. Once colleges are explored, then you want to know what are the exams that you want to give for this. So you have the third one, which is the exam directory. So it will definitely tell you for that particular career choice, these are the many colleges that give this option of study there. And then the third one tells you which are the exams that are to be given. Once this exam finishes, in this exam directory, you will know exact dates, when the forms are there, which are the participating colleges, who are eligible for, what are the schemes for SC/ST, what are the schemes for physically challenged, then when is the form to be filled, what is the fees for filling the form. You have to be prepared. Everybody who had gone abroad and wherever they told us, please go and research. You have to have research. And then you have exam directory, which is telling you exactly what to do, when to give the exam, how much money to be spent, forms opening date, closing date, result date, where is the exam center. All this you will get from exam directory. And the most important part, for studying you need money. Lot of Ratnapant ma'am also gave you lot of details about all the scholarships available. Here there is a directory of all the scholarships available, how to apply, when to apply, how much do you get for what. Each and every information is available. And mind you, this information is not static. This is a dynamic information. Today, if you go on this dashboard, you will find out the exact changed dates of all the exams because of COVID. Because of COVID, all the exam dates have been shifting. Every 7th day, we get information from all over, and then that information is actually put in here so that students are not confused. Some paper says July mein exam hoega. Some WhatsApp message say nahi August tak cancel kar di gayi hai. So exact information is not available sometimes, and you cannot Google it there also. So we have an updated site for you. This license will be there after taking the test. From that day, it will be available for 1 year. Further, if you want, you can definitely contact us, and then we can surely tell you how to go about it. So I think I have made a lot of things clear to you. Each of your report is a unique report. Do not share it with anybody. Sit down, read it out. It is a 17-page detailed report. So if it says investigative personality, what does it mean? Please read it. You will be able to understand yourself. Where do you stand? What are you made of? And what are you going to take up as a career? Acha, one more question was, if I have already taken a career, I am in the graduation. Let's say I have done engineering, final year engineering in automobile engineering. But my report says I am very creative. I am very enterprising, and I am a doer. So now what happens is this gentleman or a woman may not be an automobile engineer and create cars, create trucks, but this personality can actually enhance the visibility of the car. So he or she will be designing the outer part of the car. So what colors are to be given, what frontage to be given, what kind of a grille is to be put in on the front of the car, what kind of light shapes. And he or she, there is an MC, a company who designs car. You buy a new car, go to give it to him, and he gets an absolutely new design out of it. It's creative, it's useful. There are so many aspects to it. So he may be an automobile engineer, but actually he is also creative. So he uses his creative skills to enhance the beauty of a car. So, so for post-graduation, what he should be looking at is product design. Whether he is a automobile engineering, okay, but for post-graduation, he can go to design engineering, product designs. So that way you have to start thinking about, you have done something in economics in your graduation. Now, yesterday only we came to know that all Googles and everybody are looking at data, and they want economics, because at the end of the day, everybody is sitting there to make money. And now they want to find out newer ways of making money. On the basis of the data getting created, all of these guys are coming up with newer nodules to find out how they can pick up money from our pockets. So economists have a lot of scope. So now if somebody is studying economics, he also can get into artificial intelligence studies. So that these two, he brings out a model, and then a lot of people are sorting to take him. So career shifts in this era is there is absolutely no problem. पहले ऐसा था, there yesterday somebody said MBBS बच्चे जो है वो हमारे पास में MBA करने के लिए आ रहे हैं. lot of doctors have shifted to becoming IS officers. So shifting careers after graduation is absolutely okay. In fact, I always say that the party actually starts after graduation. So you have to start your party after graduation. It can be in India, outside India, but a wiser decision from the report that you have got, I think makes a lot of difference. Once you get these reports, you have your dashboard. We are always there to guide you. Whatever is the report, do not get boggled. Study it. It's an indicative report. Machines do not create personalities. Only personalities sit and write a test, and the machine can tell us some numbers. So do not take this कि मैं तो मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग कर रहा हूँ और मेरा तो कुछ और ही इकोनॉमिक्स निकल के आया है या फिटनेस है. Do not that, because it's a lot of combination of things that is happening. You can always pursue those careers and shift in careers. So if you have any questions on this, you can always come back. You can put them on chat. I get a lot of messages on my WhatsApp, and people are not reluctant to ask questions here on WhatsApp, but they are very reluctant to ask questions here. I think we are made it clear. It can be any language: Hindi, Marathi, English, in whichever language you are comfortable. Please open up, ask questions. We AAG team and all the sponsors were very generous. It was earlier given only to the women participants. Now they said whoever has requested for it, please go ahead and give it to them. So there are already 10 to 15 students who have already asked for the test, and we will be definitely sharing it without any cost to them, because AAG is very generous. I think few people from here will also become a association like AAG. They can themselves start becoming a team and start doing wonderful job like Ambedkarite Aviators Group. So I request them to do that, and thank you very much. If you have any questions, please shoot.
Yeah, let's take some questions on this, and then we can move on further.
Okay. Right. I see a question. How to increase spatial ability?
Okay.
Yeah, brother, there is no way that you can change it, because it comes from your DNA. What you can do is, as I said, it cannot be changed, but it can be at least polished. So what you have to do is take a blasted view of an engine. You go on Google, whichever area field you are, it doesn't matter. Go to Google, get a blasted view of a combustion engine. Okay, blasted view of a combustion engine means it will be, if a combustion engine is blasted, then what nuts, bolts, springs, washers, whatever will be coming out. So they will give you a picture of it. Just try to, without any pen, paper or whatever, just try to assemble them yourself. No paper, pen, whatever. Take the picture in front of you and start thinking how this will look like at the end of the day if I assemble them all back to square one. Second is, put up a small black what do you call, bindi on a 2x2 sheet, any drawing sheet. You take that bindi black and put it on the center of that paper. And sit down in front of it, close your eyes, try to visualize what this bindi is doing there and whatever thoughts are coming to your mind. Please write down. These are few of the exercises. Third thing is, all of you, to enhance your DNAs, whatever, you can only polish, I told you. What you have to do is, you have to start walking. You'll say every health consultant, everybody tells you to walk. I am saying you have to walk in a specific methodology. One thing is you have to walk alone. Two, you have to put on any song. You have to put on songs on your earphones. The first day you will walk till you finish 4 songs. The next week you will walk hearing 6 songs. Next week you will increase 1 more song. Next week you will increase 1 more song. What will happen is, let's say we are able to walk 10 songs per day. You do that. After finishing that, sit down on a bench or wherever. Close your eyes. Let your breath normalize, and then you can open your eyes. I guarantee you, you will see a different world in your front of your eyes. This is an exercise which is prescribed for improving your receptivity. So improving 2 things. One, receptivity, and second is result orientation. So I have given you a clue on how to improve your receptivity. The more you walk in this fashion, your receptivity will keep improving. How many years or how much days you have to do this? Keep doing it years together. If I play football every day for the last 25 years, that is the reason at the age of 42, I think of going back to learning psychology, being an engineer and an MBA. Because now I have improved my receptivity. I wanted to learn more. I wanted to understand more. And I had a very, very clear understanding of what I am going to do further in my life. That is improvement in my result orientation. So if your receptivity is increased and your result orientation is increased, I think result orientation ke liye what you do, there is no rocket science for all that. हम कर रहे हैं, एक बार खुद को पूछ तो ले. If I am deciding to become a IAS officer, मैं क्यों बन रहा हूँ? Why is it exciting to me? Is it only for money? Is it for the name, fame, and a lot of people come up and say, boss, tu IAS officer hai, to very good, very good. Is it for that? Or is it for making changes in the life of the people? So your purpose of doing this has to be clear. And then the moment the purpose of doing it is clear, your result orientation is improved. You know why you are doing it. And then everything falls in place. Your focus improves, your 3 dimensions, everything. You have to know why you are doing it. If any people, some people might have given the test. Why did you give the test? Because you wanted to know about yourself. If that is not there, चलो किसी ने बोला यार टेस्ट देने के लिए तो दे देते. Then the results are not going to be there and you are not going to be benefited out of it. Any more question? So many. Okay. How much career psychological test is significant, particularly for kids who are about to join profession? Yes. These psychometric tests only give result after 14 years of career. 14 years. Before that, you should not. Inclinations of the students only get crystallized, clear after 14 years. And each and every student who now wants to go in, see, I'll give you an example. If my father would not have told me to go to engineering, I was definitely planning to go to an arts college. But he said, sorry, you have to become an engineer, because he was a mathematics MSc and wanted me to become an engineer. Then I decided to go to engineering and said, "Kaun sa engineering lena hai?" So how did I decide? Absolutely wrong methodology. There was computer science that I was getting, it was a new branch that time, and one was mechanical, tried and tested course. Now, the decision on which course to be taken, computer science or mechanical. Computer science is girls' job and mechanical engineering is boys' job. This was the wrong methodology of selecting mechanical engineering. I have made that choice, and I tell you, after engineering, I have never ever touched a nut, bolt, screw, grease, whatever. Decided on the final day, sorry, this was not for me. I have passed, I have got good marks. Not for me. If I would have done a psychometric test, 100% it would have come psychology, social, marketing, enterprising, creative. This is my trait. I am absolutely poor and technical. So why did I go there? So if such kind of blunders happen, earlier it was cost effective. It was less cost going to a college, engineering college, government में बहुत कम पैसे में पढ़ाई हो जाती थी. आज अगर हमारा choice गलत हो गया, so it is a hell lot of money that is to be paid. So every student who is in the 9th class or 10th class, 100% go for psychometric test, find out your traits, and then decide on which career to go. Another question is, I have already completed my B in computer engineering and I want to pursue career in AI and data sciences, but according to the test showing architecture and design. Okay, right. See, the computer does not know what is AI. The computer does not know what is machine data sciences. These are all new fields. Okay, what you have to do is, since your this thing has come as architecture and design, meaning you are creative. One, you are investigative. You're investigative in that figure. You remember, find out. You are supposed to be investigative. Okay, and you are creative, and you are social. So once you are, and you are supposed to be a doer. So if your report is that is the reason it has come as architecture and design, you can definitely go in for data sciences or AI, because this is the trait required for AI also. So that is the reason when there is a confusion, a career counselor is required. Okay. So architecture and design absolutely means it is you are a doer, you are investigative, and you are social, and you are creative. So that is what is required for AI also. Okay, next. Oh, what should be this? Research career. Now, somebody is asking what should be the special score for research career. Okay. Research career is, you have to be doer and an investigative personality. If you have high on that, and you have mediocre special three-dimensional capabilities, till the time you grow to graduation, things will be more clearer. Okay, and if you pick up post graduation in the same area, things will become brighter for you. Start thinking for, see, if you decide a career today, it is definitely 5 years or 7 years down the line that is going to make some difference. Okay, so uh, you need to be, you cannot rely on 100% saying special इतना है तो ही ये research में जा सकता है. Special meaning foresight. The better it is, you will be better in planning for a longer career path. Graduation, post-graduation, doctoral, this thing, 6 years, you need 6 years, 5 years, people do PhDs in Harvard and whatever. So you need to have, you have to see 5 years, 10 years down the line. So for that, if you are into research career, it hardly makes any difference, but you have to improve your foresight. Keep improving, keep thinking, keep planning. For particularly teens below 20 years, if appearing for such psychological test, and when his future orientation may sometimes change, then how best choice he can be made out of this? And when he, okay, 80% of the things do not change over a period. They come from your DNA, as I told you. So his cognitive abilities, subject understanding, his focus, his spatial abilities, his verbal abilities, his logical reasoning, numerical abilities are not going to change at all. What is going to change over the time is his result orientation, his emotional intelligence, his receptivity. So these are the only things that are going to change. So if he becomes wiser over the time, he will have better career choices. If he stops hearing this AAG seminar or workshop, this message must have gone to not less than 2,500 or 10,000 students. There are only 650 who registered, out of which only 200 or 170, 80 people paid for it, showing the interest. So now so I am just comparing this, that the people who got this message and did not respond to it, poor result orientation, they don't know what they are doing and they don't want to hear also. किसी ने बताया भाई अच्छा सेमिनार है, आप अटेंड करिए, उन्होंने अपने कान बंद करके रखे हुए. So they are not interested in all this. The others who wanted it, but said चलो डाल देते हैं, फोकट में मिला तो हो जाए. Okay. अब तीसरे थे कि यार कितना भी देना पड़े, भले हमने इसका only 100 rupees for the sake of finding out your sincerity. अगर इसका फीस ज्यादा भी होता तो भी कुछ लोग इसको अटेंड 100% करते, क्योंकि उन्हें मालूम है कि वो क्यों ये अटेंड कर रहे हैं. सो दैट इज द डिफरेंस. सो चॉइसेस अगर 20 साल के बाद में वो चॉइसेस अगर उनके सही ले लेंगे, रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेशन सही हो जाएगा, तो वो अपने करियर चॉइसेस को सही जगह पर लेके जाएंगे. नहीं तो फिर वो अपने दे विल टेक ए रॉन्ग पाथ मे बी. As per your presentation, I perceive that one can choose career based on the result, first 4 career options. But what if someone has a dream or a vision to pursue and the personality trait report doesn't support that? Then what can be done? It is going to be a very, very tough situation for this person. Passion, vision have to be aligned, and your aptitudes. I can dream of becoming a pilot because I feel it's a best. I have seen Captain Vinay Bambule. Wow, he goes there, he goes to New York, stays there, come back every time. So I am very passionate. When I see an aircraft, I get excited. I want to fly. But on the other side, I don't have special abilities. If I have poor special abilities, I may dream of becoming a pilot, but I should not. If somehow I am sent for pilot training, I do it somehow, I am not going to be a good pilot at all. You have to have three-dimensional capabilities. So my dreams can be there, but for achieving them, I need to have my personality also. I केला ओढून ताडून त्याला काहीच करता येऊ शकत नाही. तर जर अलाइन झालं तर इट टेक्स यू टू अ राइट प्लेस. नाहीतर थोडासा त्रास होण्याची शक्यता 100% आहे. Can you take online test for kids? If so, please share your details. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Online students have already done online tests only. If somebody wants to for other kids also, you can definitely inform us. We will take it further. Career in finance. What all orientations are required? Finance, numbers, investigative. 100% conventional. So in that hexagon, what you will find out is you have to be investigative, you have to be a doer, and you have to be conventional. The higher these traits, I think the better option is to go for finance. I think the questions have been. So any new question, Vinay, if you can. Yeah?
I think 1 minute. Yeah, Hemant, did you answer that question? I think this is a very pertinent question. Somebody has mentioned, I think, Baran Oram. I perceive that one can choose career based on the result, that is first 4 career options. But what if someone has a dream or a vision to pursue and the personality trait report doesn't support that? Then what you already
Vinay, I just actually gave your example on that. I dream about becoming a pilot, but I have to have three-dimensional camera. I think Captain Neelam is also there. Neelam,
Yes.
100%, your three-dimensional capabilities have to be high. You take the test now. Some test is there for the.
We do take the psychometric test. There's a 16P factor test.
Yes, exactly. And if that factor is not there, you are not taken as a pilot. Sorry. So so you can dream of doing whatever, but at least your personality and your traits have to match. Your inclinations have to match.
But tell me, Hemant, don't these results they are indicative? They are indicative. I mean, can it be taken as they are indicative mostly, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. What they are supposed to do is they have pick up the first 4. Go on the career portal, find out details about what it means to become what? Lawyer.
Correct.
I want to be a lawyer. Why? Because Baba Saheb was a lawyer. But what are you going to do at the end of the day? What does a lawyer do? Whether you like corporate law, whether you like patent law, whether you like criminal law. So that all you have to study first. And then maybe apply and decide which career to use.
Yeah, but if somebody has a passion for anything and the report trait does not show that indicative, okay, but I guess one can work on it and then derive to that kind of passion and then work on it, right?
Yes, exactly. But the first thing that the aptitude has to be there.
Aptitude has to be there. Correct. Okay.
I am dreaming of becoming an engineer. My logic is poor.
Correct.
And that comes from my DNA.
Correct.
How much I can improve? I can just brush it up, but I cannot make it 1 to 100.
Okay.
You have a certain design.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess with this, Neelam, you have any questions for Hemant? I mean,
yes, sir. Since Hemant sir is a career planning engineer, so sometimes what happens is a person decides on a career, wants to pursue it, but there is a lot of pressure at home. They don't let. So how to deal with this for youngsters? How do you deal with this? This also some guidance from your side.
Okay. So first thing is when we say we counsel students, actually we do not counsel students. We counsel the parents.
Parents.
If my session happens for 2 hours, 1.5 hours is for parents, and 30 minutes is for students.
Absolutely. That's the way to go
Students
about it.
are
Yes.
smarter than the parents. Parents have their preconceived notions over the years. They want something, they could not do it, they aspire from their children. Plus they have been told that this career is the best, इसमें पैसा ज़्यादा मिलता है, इसमें जल्दी settle होता है, वगैरह वगैरह. And the child doesn't know anything of this. So the child is very, very clear. मेरे को, the slate is plain. You write whatever on it. So when we do counseling, we do not do it individually to students. We ask the parents and the students together. So that is the only way we can do it. Otherwise, this tussle can be solved after doing the graduation. Students can take up whatever graduation their parents have told them. After that, I think they are 21 years of age. They can come up and argue and discuss with their parents about the new career that he is planning. That's the only methodology.
Perfect.
Hopefully, such parents are not there in this era. ऐसे parents कम हो रहे हैं अब.
Okay. Okay, Hemant, I think we will settle this session here. Okay, and do we have the videos ready for those testimonies?
Yes, yes.
Or okay, we have time. So what we'll do, Neelam, in the meantime, we'll invite BANAE sir to just give a few words, at least 10-15 minutes. In the meantime, Hemant will set up the video. Okay. So BANAE sir, if you are there, can you just come on, please?
Yes, I'm here and I'm ready.
Okay, sir. Please go ahead. At 10 minutes, please. Okay, just give us some guidance if you can, because we are just trying to match up the time. Hemant Sute, who was our next speaker, who could not come because he has got some urgent engagement. So when he comes, so we'll have to match up that time. So BANAE sir, the mic is with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Some of the few people might be knowing me about me. I'm Yogeshwar Are. I'm only 79 years old,
Oh,
and I have been 50 years in North America. Guiding many students over the years, pursuing the different careers. And I'm very delighted that an extraordinary which Captain
Sir,
Vinay.
sir, 1 minute. I request all the participants to kindly mute their audios, please. Audios for a while BANAE sir is just presenting. Thank you.
And this is one of the finest, finest, what can I say, opportunity for all of you youngsters. You have no idea, when we were growing up in India, that time, I had attended Baba Saheb's Dhamma Chakra Pravartan Din at the Dhamma Chakra ceremony, 1956. In 1967, I left for Germany. And before that, nearly about 10 years before that, I was constantly dreaming about foreign countries because I happened to learn an example. I mean, I picked up some examples which inspired me. A friend of mine's father told us that a boy who failed 7 times in matric, and he is now a business entrepreneur in London. That gave me a lot of boost. I said, I'm always first in the class. I'm doing very well. I have to go. And even though I did not have any money in my pocket, I was desperate to the extent that anybody who has gone to foreign, even this Air India company people, I used to go to Kalina and meet some people. Hey, what is there in foreign countries? How we can go there? How do you talk? Who are those people? Gora people and all those things. So much curiosity that was created in me because some of these examples. And I said that I'm going to go at any cost. Now I'm going to give you the example of what passion can lead you to. What passion can lead you to. So I did not have even the money. And I did not have any connections that time. So I decided that I should find a solution at any cost. And then I had asked a friend of mine whose relative had been in foreign countries to help me in that matter to find a solution. She found a solution that I can go to the Germany to become a trainee engineer. And during that time, then I did not have the money to go to the plane ticket. So I organized a charity seminar, charity show in Bombay one and in Pune, because I studied in Pune, in Ferguson College and Engineering College of Pune. So I knew a lot of people there over the years. So I arranged one. So I made little bit money, not much. It was only $3,000 ticket that time, but even that one was a big amount for me. And even then I came short of it. So I finally made a film here in a show, a charity show in Bombay. And there also I was short. Then finally I went to the People's Education Society. And I borrowed ₹1,000 from them also. Somehow I patched it and I went. Now, the reason was, I had such a dream about going to the foreign country and being somebody. So with the emanation of engineer, I thought that I should be able to do all right. Then I went to the Germany, and I'm giving you this my example because then there you can pick up a lot of points why one has to go there. There I learned the German language. I did not know in German language at that time, and I had a habit of jumping into the water and then learning the swimming instead of the reverse, vice versa. So that always gave me the more challenge, and taking the risk had become a part of my life, all my life. Many times I failed, and many times I was about to drown, but I survived, and I just kept on going. So after going to Germany, I worked in the industry of machine tools. I worked in the industry of steel manufacturing. And the third industry was the Hamburger Flugzeugbau, where the Hitler had manufactured planes in the Second World War. And just around that time, I got the chance to go to Canada as an immigrant. I went to Canada as an immigrant, and there, then I thought that just to work for somebody is not a good idea. I never did business in my lifetime, but I decided that I will be able to find some solution. Then I was told that in the business, there's a lot of money. So my parents were just the cotton mill workers in Nagpur. That was my beginning. And they died also when I was very young. My brother brought me up during that time, and he was an ordinary porter in the railway, mail service. So with this background and with hardly any money, I kept on going with this passion. And when I went to Canada, then I started to think about business. So within a couple of years of doing small jobs, then I decided that I should have some business because people make a lot of money in the business. That's what I heard about it, not even having any experience. So when I went there, in the business, then I started to go and work on the gas stations in the evening time. Daytime, I had another job in the health industry. And then I started to work in the business. There I pumping the gas stations, the petrol pump. And from that, I heard that the petrol pump business is good. So then I started to find the solutions to find the people, how you can buy the petrol pump. Then I started after about 6 months of work, and I got a friend of mine who I met in Germany, and then we both found a solution, borrowed the money by hook or by crook from the bank and all that, just a little bit money, financed the rest of them, and I started a business. Eventually, within 2 to 3 years, I became a car dealer of one of the most prestigious cars in Canada. And there I ran at about the car dealership for nearly about 10, 12 years. Then again, I was uneasy. So I was thinking to expand and become a very big businessman because I wanted a lot of money for the social work. And I had the privilege to, in my lifetime, to see Baba Sahib and talk to him in 1953. I had his autograph. So I'm one of the very privileged people today. And then in 1956 and conversion time also, I was there. Wamanrao Godbole, Vasan Moon, these were the great people. They were my neighbors, etc. That inspired me also at the same time. So the passion was to collect a lot of money by business. So then I went after the expanding the business. And I had that one, instead of one, I had 2 gas stations. A lot of boys were working, Canadian boys and etc. I took some of my nephews there. and they were running the business. And I was looking into export also, car export, which I learned from the other people that there is a lot of money in the export. So what I mean is, I always had to take a challenge and come up with a solution and find a solution afterwards. But first, take the challenge. That was my personality, and still it is even today. I take a lot of challenges over the years, and then after the working of gas stations and the car dealerships, and had 4 or 5 mechanics and another petrol pump and all that in Canada. And then I slowed down from it. Then I built a small other business in Toronto, Canada, and photo labs. I went in the photo lab. I had no idea at all about it. Then I trained my nephews in the printing the machines, etc. And I had instead of one, then I went again on expansion spree. I had about 2 major photo labs in the downtown of Toronto. And from that, then I derived that I cannot make too much money. Then I was looking into that, and my wife passed the medical examination. So instead of Canada, I went to US. But in the meantime, I was constantly looking for what social good I can do. That was my constant passion throughout my life. And there, in Canada also, I connected with the top politicians in the Liberal Party, which is a middle class party, and there was a Conservative Party. So I always joined that Liberal class, the middle class party. And during that time, I started to do a lot of work. And so with that work, it inspired me that I can do a lot of good this way also. So in 1991, there was a Baba Saheb's centenary, on a birth centenary. In the birth centenary, there was a 2 years of preparation. So I used to go every month from Canada to USA, collect the groups of all our boys from around the country. There were about 8 or 10 boys, very well settled there and making good money and good life. They asked me to be taking the responsibility and lead them. So I did that. And after 2 years, there was a biggest celebration of Dr. Ambedkar's birth centenary, Baba Saheb's birth centenary in Colombia. And Colombia was very privileged to be a part of us. So that again developed as a very interesting phenomenon. And I came across with a lot of good people during that time also. And a lot of our people came down there. And all the scholars of the United States who have written, especially originally on our subject, they came down there. Why I'm telling you all these things is, unless you take the challenge on your aim and go to the foreign countries, you cannot get the benefits of all these things. And the second thing is that in India, you live here, you live in a small well, like just like a beduk living in a small well, and you do not see the other outside people at all. So that inspiration to grow bigger and better and more aggressive, that does not come in at all. So when you go in the foreign countries, you mix with these people, the white people, and white people were the superior people. That's our understanding. And I learned in Germany also, there is nothing superior about Germans, who were very highly advanced in so many matters. They were basically very, very, very hardworking. And from morning 6 o'clock till evening 5:30 or 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, they never used to take a lunch break or coffee break, except when they are given the time of lunch and tea breaks. And every minute they work. And that is the reason why German industry has produced extraordinary results in the science and technology. And similar mentality we have to develop in challenging, no matter where we go in the foreign countries, to ourselves and the people around us for moving forward. The another third aspect I found is like just like the Shalini Arya. There's a wonderful young lady. She has given a fantastic presentation, and all she is doing is, don't aim high. That's a crime. Do not aim low. I mean, do not aim low. That's a crime, because you have enough tremendous potential at each one of us to rise to the top. But unless you push yourself and give the confidence to yourself that yes, you can do it, yes, you can do it, you will not be able to think about anything else. Otherwise, just family, children, little small family, that's enough life. That should not be the case. And now youngsters, you have a tremendous opportunity like this occasion, where Vinay Bambole and all these great people have arranged these seminars. I looked at the first seminar, I was with them, and this is the second seminar. It is extraordinary work. It is, you are getting on the platter. What? How you can utilize the life to be the best among the best. And even in the Europe and everywhere, what I found is the Brahmins and all these people, they went there for many years and they created a monopoly that they are the best among them. I found nothing unusual about them, nothing unusual. Even when I was studying in Pune with them, nothing unusual about them, that they have to have the monopoly of this education. We are among, in fact, we are not given the opportunity in the past, and we are among the best, among the best. Now I see the Tina Dabi becoming the first among the top IAS people. I found just recently the CIA girl who, Rajkumar, she became the first class first among the thousands of students. Given the opportunity, our boys and girls can exceed anybody. No exceptions, no exceptions. But you have to challenge yourself for that reason and utilize your dreams to guide you in that matter. And seminars like this, they give you a lot of material that you should find and get in touch with the AAA also for any more further guidance you require. I found as Rashna Pant, she is one of the finest people I came across as a guide in this in the career guidance, and she can guide you to any university. Now in the interesting position is in Europe, the population of Europe is dwindling. France, Germany, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, all these countries. Because for every 2 people, parents, mom and dad, they are replaced by 1.5 people. So the population is going down. And that is one of the biggest worry. And as the older people are surviving longer, that has become a more burden for them to allow the foreigners to come in and settle. But they have decided in Germany, in France, and in many other countries, with all the facility they have provided and benefits, still their population is not increasing. So now, at that time when I was in Germany, they did not allow foreigners to settle down that easily. But now they are openly allowing. Germany is one of the best countries in the world for technology. You can go and settle down there after your graduation. If you get the admission in one of those important colleges, and you can easily get it. That's nothing unusual. Then yesterday I came across the news about the South Korea, which I was not aware of it. South Korea then open red carpet for you guys. You go there without any expectation, without any help, anything. We can find the solutions for you guys to get some help when you land there first time. It is, the whole world is open for you guys. Norway, Denmark, Sweden are one of the finest countries in the world, says the United Nations. So is the Canada. I lived in Canada for 30 years, and now I'm last 20 years, I am in USA. There also is a tremendous amount of opportunities are there. And Canada is one of the most peaceful country, and health system is so good that most of the people who are in America, they bring their parents and they keep them there in the Canada for their health reasons, etc. And very peaceful and very nice. Now we feel that, oh my gosh, it's very cold, etc. There is a 4,000-mile border from Canada, the one end to the other end, east to the west, with the USA. 100-mile radius only. It has got about 90% of the population of the Canada. It's a beautiful, beautiful country. And it is wonderful that all the aspects, all the benefits you want from USA, they're all there, but at a much less price and less struggle. That is also another beautiful country. Then the Germany is open for you. Norway, Denmark, Sweden are again one of the best countries in the world. You have to find out from the information from Mrs. Pant or the other people, what are the facilities are there. Nothing of this sort was available for us. So I was just going into the dark and trying to find the solutions here, which was a little bit difficult. That's fine. I have no regrets about it, because I always used to feel that I made a lot of money in the foreign countries, and $7 that time was allowed to go from the India. I had got many times back out of that. So I never worried about it. So what I mean is that at this particular stage, you cannot waste your potential for an ordinary human being. You must challenge yourself. And one of the finest example, as I said to you, this guy, my friend's father's friend, who went and settled in London, he had a very fascinating history how he went there. And his wife came. She was a very ordinary lady from Sindhi, near Gumgaon. And she came, and then he introduced me to her. Yogesh wants to come to America, not America, England. And then she told me a couple of things. So this fellow, he actually did not have the money that time. That must be 1944, 45, something around that time. So he made the friendship with in the jail. He went to the jail and he made the friendship with the barrister Zikar and all these people and the people to find out, if I come to your London, can you please help me? And they said, yes, you can help you. Then on the top of that, he went further. Then he did not have the money, so he went to Bombay and he lived in a forest road, called somebody, one of our sisters, and they stayed with her. And at the time of, after about 3 or 4 years, he came to my friend's father, who was his very dear friend, and he said, I'm leaving for London. This man doesn't have even the penny in his pocket. And he managed to get the ticket and everything, borrowed, and then he went there, that's at that side. So there is a room there. There is automatically a room for every one of you to go to foreign countries, every one of you, no exceptions, no exception. And unless you go to the foreign country, you did not realize your work, how challenging you could be, how better person you could be, how beneficial to the society you could be. And here I am doing now last 1991, after doing the Baba Sahib Jayanti in Colombia, and then in next Jayanti was the Indian ambassador and all these big ambassadors we had invited, very successful in the history of the Colombia. There it is already on the YouTube internet. And then I went to Canada because I was settled in Canada. So I invited one of the most brilliant Manus, who was very valuable around Canada, was a native leader. He came down there for our Jayanti and he was very difficult to get hold of it. And had succeeded. Then I thought that we should do something more for the society. This is not enough. So I just learned that the United Nations can solve our problem, because Baba Sahib said in 1946 that our problem may not be solved here, so we have to go to United Nations. Then in 1953 also, he declared to Nakaka Kalerkar Commission, who came to inquire to Baba Sahib, that we don't need your help. We'll collect the data from socio-economic, political data for people and then go to United Nations. And during that time, he had also some correspondence with the Professor Dubois, who was a black intellectual and a liberator of the American blacks. So these were the examples I saw that later on. I did not know that. I had only presumption that, okay, if you go to United Nations, you get the solutions there. And since that time, from 1991, in many committees, I brought this issue, and many committees have given such a strong judgment on India that India has to follow that sooner or later. And in one of the judgments in 1996, that the Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination said that India should start immediately a continuing human rights education in line with the Indian Constitution and in line with the United Nations Fundamental Rights Instruments. This should be aimed at eliminating the institutionalized thinking of high caste and low caste mentality. Imagine if 20 years back, India would have started this seriously. They did not do that. India would have started this seriously, that psyche of our people who are sick here mentally with the caste system, it would have been diluted to such an extent that we could live into. That did not happen. But now we are looking into energizing the MPs in the Delhi for bringing this resolution there. And I wrote to many of these newspapers, etc. None of them had given the advertise on that.
Sir, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So what I mean to say is that you could be very successful in your career and money making, but at the same time you can do a lot of return to the community also, which I am doing it now. Ambedkar Center for Justice and Peace, which I started in 1991. Now Sonare sir and many of these, Abhay Bambalu sir and many of us were involved very seriously in that, in doing the justice to the atrocity victims and bringing them the culprits to books, etc. I attended 30 conferences in the United Nations in Geneva, and what was going on. What it boils down, there was no reason to tell me about my story, man. But in a situation like this, what I'm saying is, this opportunity I would have never got in that direction had I been just a working an engineer here in India and succeeded. You people, all of you people have a best opportunities now, and such wonderful Hemant and all our friends here who are teaching you the different ways to go in these countries. And I think that it's a high time you people think very seriously. When I could go without a penny in my pocket, just dreaming about it, and then the solution started to keep coming. This is what happens when you are passionately committed. Just like Hemant told just now, you have to have a lot of passion. So passionately committed, the mind always starts to bring in solution. Thank you. Javi.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Varade sir. That was very nice and very inspiring. And for those who do not know Varade sir, he is our a guiding force from the very beginning, and he has been with us. I mean, we have been with him and following his footsteps for so many years. He is the pioneer for one of the pioneer for heading out for higher education abroad, and we all are working with him. And he is a global president of Ambedkar Center for Social Justice and Peace, and attached to BANAE, so where we are also attached to it. And whatever the work we are doing, all this is under his guidance. He has been guiding us throughout, and his very inspiring word. The very important factor he mentioned is basically take up the challenges. He took the challenges to go some 30 years before and step into America. So we should also dare to dream and take up the higher education. So thank you very much, Varade sir, once again. Now, with this, I hand it over to Neelam. Neelam, over to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I'll give a quick brief on a few videos to be played next.
So these are the videos, Neelam, we are going to play. They are the testimonies of the students who are basically from our areas. Okay, and they have gone in last year or a year prior, and they are currently studying in various institutes. Okay, so one by one we'll be playing videos. So we'll start with Sayukta Gawande's video.
Gawande.
Go ahead.
Okay, Sayukta Gawande. Blue chip Gawande leaps at chance to attend Harvard. In the hyper-specialized world of junior tennis, Sayukta Gawande still carves out 9 hours a week to attend gymnastics practice. Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evening, the blue chip rising senior heads to South Florida Gymnastics for 3 hours of training. Gawande does cartwheels on the beam and back handspring on the floor, usually after already having spent 4 hours playing tennis. Gawande used to compete in the high-level gymnastics meets, but now just trains for fun and to keep her body strong. What she says is, it's something I really enjoy doing, and it's always been a sport that I really love. It really helps me in my tennis game as well because of the flexibility and strengthening of my muscles. Whether in sports or in life, Gawande has always embraced diversity and high-level challenges. The Brenton, Florida resident took the same approach to selecting a college. She has committed to Harvard with a plan to major in economics and statistics. When I started tennis, it was never my goal in life to go to an Ivy League school or anything like that, says Gawande, who also considered Penn, Cal, Georgia Tech, Virginia, and North Carolina. This entire process was pretty new to my family. But after visiting all the coaches and universities, I really felt like Harvard was the place. I would like to study and play tennis and spend my 4 years. So we will play the videos. This is especially for undergraduate students wishing to pursue undergraduate studies, and parents also must pay attention to these very inspiring videos.
Yeah, and before Hemant, you start this. Okay, 1 minute. So there were a couple of questions, the students have asked earlier. That is, what are the opportunities in sports? Okay, and how these sports actually helps you to get into these Ivy Leagues besides your good score in the qualifying examination. So just listen to this. This is very inspiring. Go ahead, Hemant. No audio. No audio.
I hope you and your family are doing safe and well during this pandemic. My name is Sayukta Gawande, and just a little background about me. I live in Bradenton, Florida, and I'm going to be starting my first semester of college at Harvard this year. I'm also a tennis player, and I was selected to be part of the Harvard women's tennis team. I'm the first person in my family to study in the US, so I didn't have much knowledge about how to prepare for the college admissions process or the entrance exams, but going through the process, I've learned so much about it. I know that sometimes people get intimidated about the top colleges because they wonder how they'll ever get admitted into it if they're not a topper or if they're not the best in academics. But that's not something to worry about. It's important to know that colleges are looking for more than just your exam scores. They look for individuals that have the potential to change the community or the world in a meaningful way. So colleges will look at your abilities outside of the classroom in the extracurriculars that you will do. For example, some students like to do social work, volunteer in their community, do an internship, or create a nonprofit organization. Think of it as an overall package of doing your best in school and showing some of the other qualities you have, like leadership, creativeness, and capability by doing activities you love. I started playing tennis at 5 years old, and I joined a tennis academy full time when I was 10. My goal with tennis was to play professionally, but in the 11th grade, I found out that in college I could continue to play tennis and compete in tournaments as I studied. Also, it was a really big advantage in my admissions profile for Harvard. Other than tennis, I always focused on performing well in school by keeping up my scores and GPA. In high school, I would recommend taking advanced placement courses. They make a big difference in your college application, and your scores in the advanced placement exams can help you qualify for scholarships and earn you college credit. Some of the main requirements for college are taking the SAT or ACT entrance exams and writing a college admissions essay. Some top colleges also require taking the SAT subject test. I took the SAT exam, which included math and English, and I did the US history and math SAT subject tests. I also took the advanced placement psychology, calculus, and computer science in high school. I did not have much time to go to tuition for these entrance exams because of the traveling to tournaments. Instead, I prepared for them with my dad as he taught me the math topics, and I took many online SAT practice tests. It could seem like there's so much to do, but if you plan and start preparing early, you will be ready. I also believe that everyone should realize they have the capability to achieve their goals. What matters is if you put the hard work and learn about the things that will help you reach your goals. Before I started studying for the SAT, felt really nervous because I was not sure if I would do well. But then I just focused on putting in the work. I had to go to tennis practice for 4 to 5 hours every day and do other activities like gymnastics, but I still found the time to study. Even when I was traveling to play tennis tournaments, I used to study at a tournament site, airport, and hotel. But still, there's always a way to achieve your goals. For example, think about the ways of how you can educate yourself, such as reading books and listening to speeches as they help you communicate your ideas better, open up your mind to new possibilities, and develop analytical skills, which will give you an advantage throughout your whole life. Finally, I really believe that it's important for you to find out the proper information for your goals, make a plan, and continue to work on them. I wish you all the best.
Okay, so Hemant, do you have the other video ready?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, do we have the other video ready, Hemant?
Yeah, I will play Avishka now.
Okay, just hold on. Okay, so before we start with Avishka, let me just give you a little background about Sanyukta. Sanyukta is from Nagpur, and they're settled in US now. Okay, the family friends, and she's such a brilliant girl that besides her sports, she has maintained her academic curriculum so well that she got the invitation from all the Ivy League schools, basically for undergraduate, which is very uncommon and unique. And the reason she attributes is that her sports mainly and her involvement in various social activities. Now, if you guys have understood her video and if you would have made a note, what she mentioned is that beside the sports, good score is also very important in your qualifying examination, especially SAT. That's for the undergrad. And she said that take up social works, okay, and then plan to start early. Parent support is very important because the father and mother, they actually help her prepare for this Ivy League and prepare well for SAT. Focus on studies despite of your involvement in other activities. Like she was engaged in sports, but despite of that, she continued to remain focused on her studies. And how you can educate yourself find out a proper information. So what we are trying to give you is we are trying to give you an information. Rest you'll have to do it. Okay, so focus on this the crucial aspects which Sayukta has given. Likewise, now we are playing a video for you. The next testimony belongs to Avishka Avi. She is in Harvard's, and just hear out what she has to say. Hemant, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Avi. I'm a master's student at the Graduate School of Education at Harvard University. I study education policy and management, and at the university I serve as the Equity and Inclusion Fellow. And in my work, I hold educational workshops and seminars for working professionals and students within and outside of Harvard. And we talk about how to make organizations more inclusive, more diverse. And what that really means is how can we create spaces that are filled with respect and recognition for marginalized identities so that they can thrive. I first came to the US when I was 18 years old on a scholarship to pursue higher education in the United States, specifically in Massachusetts. I went to Wheaton College, but it took me to graduate out of Wheaton and then pursue my first job back in New Delhi, working at Teach for India, and realizing that I'm really passionate about pursuing and building a career in the education sector. A lot of questions around how policy decisions are made, and really questioning what will it take for us to make sure that every child gets excellent education is what made me crave an academic setting and a research setting, and began to really seriously think about becoming a master's student and pursuing education policy and management. So I began thinking about becoming a graduate student closer to 2018, which is around the time when I was marking my first 2 years at Teach for India as a fellowship recruiter. And that's when I started the process. Luckily, I had so many people within the Teach for India social network who had gone on to pursue higher education, either at the Kennedy School or the Graduate School of Education. So I always knew that I had a support system to lean on should there be any questions that I had about the application process. The individuals that were very important in my application journey include my grandfather, my parents, and my TFI colleagues. Specifically my grandfather, because he really believes that education is a tool that helps people break out of socioeconomic barriers, and he's just had tremendous faith in my potential and has always made me feel that I am worthy of much more than I dream of. And so when I told him that I wanted to apply to Harvard, he got so excited, and it was the joy that I see in him that inspired me to continue on and do the best possible work and fill out the best possible application to make this a reality for myself. Applying to graduate school is a hefty project, and I think that one should really start a year in advance, because you have to take the GRE and the TOEFL examination to even be eligible for the process. Moving forward, I think what is important is really believing in yourself and really recognizing that you are worthy and you deserve this excellent education. And so should you put in the hard work, you can do this. Right? I think it's very simple and elementary, but the concept of like having a strong sense of self is very important. How is anyone else going to believe you if you don't believe in yourself? So you really have to write about yourself in a way that you are able to sell yourself as the best possible candidate. So that's the first step. The second is to start the process in advance, so you can just look through the application and really identify what the application is demanding out of you, so that you can curate the way you articulate about yourself and write about your relevant experience such that you can describe yourself as an exceptional candidate. The third thing is that this process is really a community effort. I think that when you decide that you want to apply, loop in close friends, mentors, teachers, and past employers about the fact that you are applying and that you do need support in this process. Because these are the folks who are going to be writing your letters of recommendation, which you need, and you just don't need any letter of recommendation. You need really strong letters of recommendation. The fourth thing is to be highly disciplined. it is not an overnight project. You can't just start an application and finish it in one day. And I really recommend that you give yourself time to sort of step back and work through your personal statement way in advance so that you can create multiple drafts so that by the time you are ready to submit, you're submitting the best possible essay. Overall, I think the big thing in this entire process is to just be very aware of what it is demanding off of you. I think financial concerns are also very big in this journey, and ultimately, if you look through the application itself for university, by the time you are finished with the university application, there should be a portal that directs you to scholarships. And if you hadn't sort of perused through the application, you would never even learn about the scholarships that are available. So that is why look at the application 3 or 4 months before it's even due, so that you can figure out what scholarships you are actually eligible to apply for, so that you can secure a good application for those as well by the time you're ready to submit your application. If you are not eligible for the scholarships, there are lots of external agencies like the Aga Khan Foundation, the INLAC scholarship that you can apply for. So keep those in mind and really look at their application process so that once you're done with your university application, you can embark on a different scholarship-oriented journey where you can present yourself as the best possible candidate to secure financial aid. Most universities will also have a financial aid form that usually comes out a month or two after you have applied for the degree program. So the timeline is very important, and that's why it's really essential that you are disciplined and motivated to break down these larger tasks into smaller subsets so that you're able to finish those over the course of the year. I know everyone's life and story and the challenges one faces within it are qualitatively different. But at the same time, my hope in making this video is to be able to create a more transparent representation of students belonging to lower castes who actually access incredible experiences. I think we need to be responsible for each other, to introduce each other to excellent opportunities so that we can also unlock success in our lives. There is so much work that needs to be done. We need to just deconstruct an entire belief system where we have been taught to believe that we cannot hold positions of power. So, if there's anything that I can say that I've learned through this experience is to dismantle that belief system and really believe that I need to take a bet on myself. And I hope that by watching this video, you can begin to see that Harvard is not just an institution for elite populations. Your story matters and you are worthy of this education. And I think now's the time to take a bet on yourself and just apply.
Okay, so there was Avishka Avi. I think you must have already heard her. See, the very common factor everybody is saying is that you have to work your way through. Okay, she is doing masters in education policy and management at Harvard. She belongs to Bihar state, and she said that create a space for marginalized communities. So if you notice that besides her academic, she is engaged in community education, besides the studies, support system to lean on, and various activities. That was a part of her curriculum. And she mentioned about the parent supports and family supports. Her grandparents basically was very happy when she got enrolled into Harvard's. So what I mean to say is that every speakers, whoever has come till now, all of them have insisted upon family support. Unless we have a strong family support, we are not able to achieve what especially for the girls, we are not able to achieve our goals. She said that believe in yourself, you deserve higher education. Yes, that's what is our endeavor is basically to get you to that level which you deserve. And she mentioned that the best you have to sell yourself as the best possible candidate. Okay, so you have to believe in yourself. Start early in preparing your process. Community efforts. She has mentioned that basically everybody has been saying that you have to take information from your mentors and your professors and your guide, your parents, your family, friends, and your important friend is the Google. Okay, so that you have to take help from all the sources available. Letter of recommendation, which she has mentioned, everybody has been saying this, that letter of recommendation foundation is very important, and discipline is very important, as she mentioned. Take a time to work out on your statements. So even Ratna madam, if everybody recalls that, she also mentioned that at least give 2 to 3 months, do it over and over again. It is not a single process. It has to be a continuous process. And to prepare the best possible essay, you have to take your time. There are financial constraints, but as Avishka has also told you, there are various scholarships. Ratna madam has already informed you that there are various foundations, and we will be covering the scholarship aspects because the state government and the central government has the scholarships for that we'll be covering during this session. And as Jayashree, who had come from New York that day, and Ratna madam had told, okay, that don't worry about the finances, especially the PhD programs. Okay, they are self-funded. I mean, the funding is available from the institutes, so you have to go to the portal of those institutes and find out whichever policies, whichever scholarship schemes is suitable for you. So that should not be a constraint. Need to take a bet on yourself. That's a very punching statement which she has made, and your story matters. So you have to believe in yourself. So I guess with this, we move on to the next video. Hemant, can we play the next video?
Hello everyone, I'm Sangam Mansoor. Right now I'm studying Masters of Business Information System in Monash University, Australia, and I'm a sponsor student from Government of Maharashtra. As I belongs to IT background, even I have 4 years of work experience. So I guess it's the best way to utilize prior knowledge with the new concept taught in the university. Whatever I'm studying here in the university is totally practical oriented. I mean, here they mainly focus on the practical work, and we are liking to get a practical oriented knowledge in Indian education. My time so far at Monash University has been an amazing experience. The facilities are excellent, and there is a real positive culture amongst my fellow students. So it's been a great place to learn. I have found the course content not only interesting but also relevant with my prior knowledge. And the teaching staff here are fantastic. They are extremely knowledgeable in their respective field. They are approachable and willing to help students to understand the material. The most amazing thing about my time here is the incredible impact on my personality and my perception of world and its different cultures. I find myself understanding more about the different culture and the people, and as a result, I've been more knowledgeable and understanding of people and their background. Before I came here, I was working in IT company in Pune, and meanwhile I was preparing for GRE and IELTS exam. Nowadays studying in abroad university are not that much difficult. It's an easy task, but for that we need to have I mean, in my bachelor's, we had a chain in our college that most of the students preparing for a GRE exam and trying to get admissions in foreign universities. Our seniors started this chain, and it's still going on. Even we used to conduct workshops on higher education to study in the foreign universities, and try to make everyone aware about the process and try to resolve the students' queries. A few years ago, BATI launched one program on higher education in foreign universities. I was also part of that program. So in that program, they guided us each and everything about the exam and the relevant processes. So I guess such an educational program, such a higher educational workshops help students to aware about the relevant information. And a student get the opportunity to meet the speakers and the other students. So I guess it's beneficial for everyone. Those are trying for abroad studies. Everyone is ready for higher education, but the main crunches our students are facing nowadays, that's mainly financial requirements and the conditions. Because that would be difficult for middle class family to spend that much of big amount on the education. So I guess by attending such an educational program, we get more beneficial information about financial requirement. Like, as I said, even I had attended a BATI higher studies program, and from that program itself, I came to know about the scholarships. There are plenty of scholarships available in India for abroad studies, like the government of India and sponsoring the students, and even some state governments provide the scholarships. Even there are some private foundations that they help student financing their studies abroad. So I guess everyone should try for such a scholarship. And so that's why I feel like such kind of educational program are quite helpful for everyone. Okay, so then all the best to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, that was Sangam from Nagpur. He's in Monash University, Australia. And he had got the guidance through, as he mentioned, through a similar program what we are conducting now. Bharti has earlier conducted such program, and that's how we got the information. So as I mentioned earlier, the very purpose of this program is to give you guidance, give you information about the various aspects, scholarship schemes, and so many other things which require the intricacies of admission. And he also mentioned about the financial constraint. Yes, that has been the constraint for everyone, but that should not be restraining you from daring for the higher education. You will find out the ways and means and ways to get the funding for the scholarships. Okay, so let's play the next video. Hemant?
Hello, everyone. My name is Sweenal. I'm a first-year MBA student at Johns Hopkins Carey Business School. I'm pursuing my MBA in finance and healthcare. I want to make a career in impact investing, focusing on healthcare. What impact investment is basically investing into businesses which focus on creating impact in society. Now, these could mean in areas such as education, healthcare, environment, or any other socially significant areas. If we see developing nations, there's less of investment into these sectors. If we talk about India, the population is so large, and the investment in healthcare and education is primarily from government, and that too is not enough or even significant when it comes to providing for the total population. So it's very important to invest in these sectors, especially in developing nations. And one of the world organizations that actually look at impact investing is the World Bank, the World Bank's finance arm, which is International Finance Corporation. They work a lot on impact investing. They help the private players invest in businesses in developing nations that focus on these areas. I wanted to focus on healthcare because it is so important, especially in the current scenario. If there is a pandemic, developing countries are almost challenged and state incapacitated when it comes to providing healthcare for its citizens. So it is all the more important in the coming years to invest in healthcare. I wanted to do this concentration in healthcare with a focus in finance, and I could not have thought of any better university than Johns Hopkins University when it comes to healthcare studies. My time in Johns Hopkins University has been very, very enriching. I got an opportunity to work on projects that are very significant to my learning and to my personality development. I also got an opportunity to work alongside such bright minds and who are very competitive and also help me keep my focus on and be as competitive as they are. And it really is a motivating environment here. Now, an application for a postgraduate course can be a very daunting and an overwhelming experience. And it is very important to have a very strategic and an organized approach at applications. I'm going to share a few steps that I had taken, and I hope that it helps you in your application process. It is very important to understand that a candidate is evaluated from two aspects. Number one, prerequisites, and number two is profile. When I say prerequisites, I mean the aptitude tests such as GRE and GMAT, and English language tests that are IELTS and TOEFL. And you can choose which one to take depending on your course requirement. The second aspect is about the profile. Now, profile may include your overall application. The other parts of application could be essay question, the statement of purpose, and we'll talk about that a little more in detail later because it's very important. Second thing would be your work experience. Some courses do require a minimum number of work experience. For example, for MBA, I needed 3 years of work experience. And profile also includes aspects such as extracurricular activities, any other social engagements during your college years, and all of that. So it is very important to understand that profile building actually takes a lot of time. For prerequisites, you can study for exam for a few months and you can get a score that you want, but a profile is not built in a year's time. So you need to work on building a profile um, for many years altogether. So you need to know about those pre-profile based things that the admissions committee is looking for way ahead in time. Once you've gathered all the information about the prerequisites and the steps that you need to take to build a great profile, next step is to start working on an application. The two most important things in application are the essay questions, and sometimes in some applications it's also the statement of purpose, or called SOP in short. And the second part is the letter of recommendations that come from your professors or your colleagues. Now, whether you take a consultancy service that can help you write those essay questions or you write it on your own, it's up to you, but do give a lot of time for yourself to write these questions. And this is primarily because it's a multi-step process. First, you write a draft, you improvise it on your own, and then have it reviewed by many people. Now, these people could be people that you know in school, colleges, your professors and teachers, your colleagues at work, your friends who study abroad, and sometimes this is one aspect which I had never done, but I would suggest that people should definitely go ahead with this, is reaching out to the alumni for this particular course on LinkedIn. Reach out to them, start the connection, and engage with them, know about the course. And when you build these connections, usually they are ready to help you with your applications. So have them review your applications. Sometimes they would agree to do that, sometimes they won't, and it's completely okay. But it's always good to engage with these alumni because it's going to be very, very useful at the end or during your course. Whoever you choose to have your SOPs reviewed by, make sure that these people know what the application process is like and what do the admissions committee look for in an application, because these are the pieces which could be defining your entry, acceptance or rejection in a university. Now, how do you write these essay questions or your statement of purpose? The number one tip to make a great essay is be genuine. Write your interests that are genuine interest. What are your drives to go and study in your university? Tell a little about your positives about your personality. The purpose of these essays or the statement of purpose is essentially to present your true self and the best possible presentation of yourself in front of the admissions committee. So make sure you use this opportunity to your benefit and make this the best representation of your own personality. Sometimes you may be completely clueless about as to how to write these essay questions, and it's completely understandable. There were times that I did not know what or how should I structure my writing. And if you think so, please take help. There's a lot of help available online for free, or you can choose paid consultancy services, and it's completely okay to do that, because what do? Is they take and they maybe just improvise that because they understand what a statement of purpose is like, or the best essays are written like. One tip that I'd like to share with you about writing your essays is add a little personality to your essay. By that, what do I mean by that is adding your journey, your life experiences, what drives you, what motivates you to pursue this course, and what is your career path that you envision by taking this course. And when I say interests, it's just like some personal interest as well, not just the career interest, but a little personal interest, because this is going to give a little personality to your essay. And not many people talk about this, but I think this is very, very important aspect that helps your application to stand out from the rest of the application, because your journey is unique to you, and that is why your essay will be unique too. So make sure you give a lot of importance to this tip as well when you are writing your essay. Second thing is the letter of recommendations. Make sure these letter of recommendations are coming from your supervisors who actually believe in you and who actually think highly of you. These need to be very, very strong. Like I said, they can also come from your professors at college, your teachers from school, your mentors, and your people you have worked back with, your seniors or your managers basically at work. Sometimes it may happen that you may have to help your managers or professors to write these letter of recommendations. So be prepared for that. You may have to put in some work from your side too. Once you've finalized your essays and the letter of recommendations, it's almost time to apply and hit that application and submit button. But just take a step back, review it once more, and look at application fee waivers. It is very, very important to give yourself opportunity to avail that application waiver. And not many people actually look into this and actually end up paying that hefty application fee. You may not have to actually pay that. Now, how do you go about it? The first step is when you are starting off your application, you just write an email to admissions committee about how can I, it's simple, how can I earn an application waiver, or is there an application waiver available for this particular course? And more often than not, there will be an application fee waiver. The application fee is about like $250 or sometimes $150 depending on your course. For me, MBA courses requires I think $250, and for many universities, I did earn that application fee waiver, and it's not very difficult to get that. So definitely delve into it. Write to admissions committee. You may just earn a free application, and that's just going to be beneficial because it can be a huge financial stress. It's great if you earn that application fee waiver. You'll be able to make a free application, hit that submit button, and think and hope for the best. That's all that you can do. But the second step is looking for scholarships. Once you are done with the application process, it should direct you to some scholarship portal, some scholarship application forms. So inquire about more scholarships that are available in the university. Some may not appear very evidently on the website, so definitely write to admissions committee again to know about these scholarship and when is the deadline to apply for these scholarships. So there could be multiple scholarships. Some could be financial aid. Financial aid is different from scholarship. It's like the university provides for you. It's not a scholarship, but it provides for your education towards your tuition, and you don't have to return that. So it's like a scholarship, but they don't call it a scholarship. They call it a financial aid. These universities are very, very generous with these scholarships. In fact, I earned about 75% of my tuition scholarship from the university alone. So, and this was a merit-based scholarship, so I did not have to make an additional application. But there could be scholarships that may involve another application, separate application, and will have a separate deadline from the application deadline alone. So definitely keep a tab on all these deadlines, and do not let yourself miss these opportunity of getting these really, really generous scholarships, which can actually range from 25% to even 100% of your tuition. And since there are so many deadlines, so many aspects to an application, it can be a very, very overwhelming process, like I said. So it is very important to follow to devise a mechanism for yourselves, and this can differ from person to person. I'm just going to share my own, just in case it helps you. But definitely feel free to devise your own mechanism that works for you. The point is to be on the top of these deadlines, on the top of everything, and not let yourself miss any deadline, because it can, it definitely is possible to miss a particular deadline because you are tackling so many applications. So what I did was I always maintained a tracker in Excel, but for all these, application deadline or a letter of recommendation deadline or interview scheduling deadline, and then when do I schedule an interview and preparing for those interviews and everything. Writing the essay questions. What are the essay questions for this particular course or for this particular application? Which letter recommendation, like who do I have to take that letter recommendation from? So all of that, and so it's very important to kind of keep a track of all of these. So this is something that I did for myself, and you can choose to do it separately, but definitely devise a mechanism around this, just to keep yourself disciplined around the process. And lastly, I think it's very, very important to remind yourself that this is one opportunity that you have gotten, and you need to make most of it. There is no substitute for hard work. You've got a dream, you need to protect it, and you need to motivate yourself every single day to work towards it. The only thing that can keep you from your dream or your ambition is, and from where you are today, is the amount of hard work that you can do. We're human, and you can become lax about these things. You can become a casual at some point, and it's only human to do that. But it's very important to, at that point when you become a little casual, it's very important to remind yourself that the time is going to pass, the opportunity is going to pass. So tomorrow you should not regret that I had that time and I did not give my best. So give your best, do not worry about the outcome, because when you believe in yourself and you put in all the efforts that are needed to get that, you will definitely, most certainly achieve that. And even if you don't, at least you will not regret that you did not put in your effort. With that, I'd like to end this video, and I'd like to wish you all the best with your application process. I hope that you get the Dreams business school invite, and and I hope that actually helps you in your career with whatever you choose. And all the best, and thank you.
Wow, that was wonderful. I think Neelam, we should call her next time as a counselor. Looks like. Okay, it's such a
Absolutely,
wonderful.
sir.
Absolutely. Okay,
Yes.
very well elaborated, and yeah, Suraj, you're there.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Hi, welcome. So what do you say? I think we should call Sweenal next time. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, very well explained. By the way, she has really worked hard, because I have been observing her throughout her journey, and as she mentioned that you need support, you need mentors, and working hard is the paramount factor. She's from Nagpur, and she was in Delhi University. She did her BA honors from there. She worked for 2 years after doing her graduation. That is what is required for pursuing master's degree there. And after getting that work experience, then she literally tried for 1 year. She appeared for 3-4 times for her good scores until she got 700 plus in her score. And then thereafter, she had a lot of opportunities in various other institutes, but we helped her to choose John Hopkins because she was focused in the discipline which she wanted. That is basically finance and healthcare. So that's how she is. And what she mentioned is that everyone, you see, everyone who has been coming here and giving their testimony, what they're saying is, besides your academics, you have to have a social angle. Okay, basically, she is into providing healthcare into communities, and she is thinking about the current epidemic and how to figure out the ways to improve that through her education. So that should be the focus. and she had given an in-depth knowledge. I think after Ratna Madam, I think she has been the best, and she has given various aspects of your application, prerequisites, profiles, how to prepare essay, SOP, and your experience in profile, application processes, in-depth knowledge she has given, and how do you write your great essay, and in so much of details. She also talked about the application fee waiver, financial aids, difference in scholarships and financial aids. And she mentioned about devise your own mechanism to be on the top of the deadlines. I think that everybody has been saying that. And you have to be disciplined and work around the processes, make the most out of it. And there is no substitute for hard work. Okay, so that's all. We all have to take it from there. And with this, let's move on to another video. Do we have, Hemant, any other video ready?
A very good morning to everyone and welcome to California. I'm gonna take you guys towards the hint that I'm gonna give you all to figure out which college I belong to. So get ready. Let's see how far you guys have gotten with your research. There it is. University of California, Berkeley. Good morning, everyone. So I was the voice behind that video. I'm Vanshika Gondane. I'm currently in California, and I don't know where to start. The beauty about making this video for you guys or communicating with you guys in one way or the other is that the steps, as you guys take these first steps towards achieving your goals and moving forward to exploit your potential, all of that you have. The dream that I saw last year has been fulfilled, and I received my degree as a Master of Laws. So I received my LLM degree yesterday with a specialization in law and tech. I specialized in subjects related to intellectual property law, which consisted of trademarks, copyrights, a basic course on intellectual property law. I did negotiating Hollywood contracts. Why these subjects? Because IP, I believe, is like the growing field right now. People recognize the value of your idea, of your creativity, and you need lawyers to protect it. That's the reason IP. Prior to this, my first degree was from Symbiosis Law School. In between my master's and my bachelor's, I wanted to gain some practical experience, some practical knowledge. So I was working as a senior attorney in an IP firm. I worked with Sanjay Leela Bansali's firm for a very short period of time, and thereafter I came here. So I believe that you guys are in good hands. What's important is to have questions and look for answers, because when you're moving forward, you're deciding what you want to do. And as you decide what you want to do, in that journey along the way, you need support. You need people to support you, just like my parents did. They were so supported. My sister, my younger sister, she took like immense care of me, maybe not in technical ways, but emotional ways, and that was so refreshing. What is so important when you have a goal is to believe in that goal, to believe that you can achieve that goal, because if you don't have confidence in yourself, nobody else is going to do that. I could be in Berkeley, but I could still be underconfident, but I'm going to be confident and I'm going to have faith in myself, and only then I'm going to go forward to Berkeley, because I believe that I can do something, so Berkeley is going to believe that I can do something. And have confidence, you know. I think that's something which is, the concept of confidence is so close to my heart that I could go on and on about it. The next important tip is to have mentors. Talk to people who genuinely have interest in helping you, who have knowledge of how to go about the procedure, because trust me, it's an extensive procedure. There are a lot of documents required, and everything needs to be followed step by step. So I'm glad that you guys have reliable people, and that matters a lot. Value that, you know, be thankful for it, because these are the people who are going to help you move forward, and they are going to make sure that you do fulfill your dreams. So yes, I would say that that's really important. Finally, a big thank you to everyone who has supported me in getting here. My family, who was there since the time I was confused what to do. The entire journey of me figuring out what is it that I want to do with my life. And then the people who I met through my dad, Sonare uncle, Bambole uncle, and Sute uncle. Thank you so much for being there, for guiding me, for supporting me. A very, very renowned person whose hand was always on my head. He's so humble, he's so down to earth. Thank you, Varade uncle. Thank you so much. I don't know, I should be saying sir, Varade sir, but that just feels so distant, and you're not, you're so close to my heart. Thank you for being so genuine, so kind, and being humble. You know, that's what I love about him. He's so humble. And to the entire team of social justice, and this wouldn't have been possible without you all. I don't know where to start. I think in having a dream and having the money to complete that dream, there was that gap which you bridged. And thank you very, very much for being there. I'm sure that any obstacles or any difficulties that the students face, you're there to take care of those difficulties and remove those obstacles, so that the students can study carefree and concentrate on what exactly they're here for. And I really appreciate the support. I really appreciate the initiative of inspiring students like us to go forward, to go to another country and achieve what we want to. So thank you very, very much. Bye. So go follow your dreams. Don't forget your roots. Make your identity. Don't let people tell you what your identity is, because you are the sole creator of your own identity. And always be grateful to the people who have supported you in this journey, who are a part of your journey. Don't forget them. Be thankful, be appreciative of people, of yourselves. Jai Bhim, and good luck.
Okay, so that was Vanshika Gundani. Okay, very well spoken, and she has completed her LLM in from Berkeley University of California, and whatever she mentioned, basically the punchline is don't be shy. Okay, be truthful to yourself, and don't be shy to introduce yourself and your identity. That's what is the most of the people, they have this taboo that despite being there and having achieved to the higher education, they feel shy of introducing who they are. So as rightly said, that we should not be forgetting our roots and we should be proud of who you are. and that gives you more confidence. She mentioned about you need support. So she had mentioned so many names during her presentation, and she talked about the support. So that support is very important, mental, moral, and otherwise encouragement is very important. And parent support from her siblings. Her sister has been very supportive, and of course the parents. And she mentioned about Varade sir. Varade sir had just spoken to us before we started this video sessions. So that's the reason we brought him here to just give us a glimpse about his views on higher education, because he has been the guiding force. And she also mentioned that dare to dream and don't forget your dreams and don't shy. Okay. So with this, we end this video session and we move on to the next speaker, which we have. And over to you, Neelam.
Thank you, sir. So our next speaker is Dr. Suraj Yengde, postdoctoral fellow, IARA, Harvard Kennedy School, USA. Dr. Suraj Yengde is an award-winning scholar and activist from India. Suraj is an author of best-selling Caste Matters. He is an inaugural postdoctoral fellow at the Initiative of Institutional Anti-Racism and Accountability Shorenstein Center on Media, Politics and Public Policy at the Harvard Kennedy School. Suraj is India's first Dalit PhD holder from an African university, University of the Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, in the nation's history. Suraj is a published author in the field of caste, race, ethnicity studies, and interregional labor migrations in the global south. Currently, he is involved in developing a critical theory of Dalit and Black studies. Suraj was recently featured in a multi-part series on caste in America, sponsored by the Pulitzer Center at WGBH. His recent work with the philosopher Cornel West has received global attention and calls for unity between the African Americans and the Dalits. Suraj is an academic activist and a noted public intellectual in the transnational movement of Dalit rights. He is actively involved in building the solidarities of Dalit, Black, Roma, Indigenous, Buraku, and refugee people solidarities in the Fourth World Project of Marginalized People. Suraj has delivered over 200 lectures, including keynotes at international academic conferences and seminars across the world on the issues of casteism, racism, institutionalized discrimination, diversity, and inclusion. He is a convener of India for Diversity Movement. His recent work, with the philosopher Cornel West, has received global attention and calls for unity between the African Americans and the Dalits. So Dr. Suraj Yengde.
Thank you so much, Captain Neelam Ingle. And also I would like to give a shout out to Captain Rupali Wagmare for heralding this excellent initiative. Thank you I did not know that they were commanders from our community flying the jets up above the sky. I'm very pleased, and I think you are the role models for many of our community people, girls and boys, mostly girls. And I think we need to celebrate you and we need to promote you as much as we can, because we need many of you in this field.
Thank you.
Indeed,
Thank you.
I would also like to give a shout out to my dear brother, Captain Vinay Bambole. We exploit the technology to our advantage because either he's in Toronto, Vancouver, New York, or he is in Delhi or Mumbai. Our ideas we keep on sharing each other's views and kind of bouncing up new initiatives that we do. And it's phenomenal that after flying so many hours, he can sit in front of the screen staring. Probably that's a part of his job. So that's just formidable. I mean, just as for me, my eyes get tired and I just cannot continue. But I just salute that devotion and dedication. And I would also like to mention the Ambedkarite Aviators Group, an initiative. Who would have thought? I mean, I don't think Babasaheb would have thought that in such a short span of time, there will be an Ambedkarite aviators who would organize by around his name and create an initiative to lay a path for our community, which is very sobering and very humbling. And I think this initiative, if people know about it, there will be more such coming out. And I think there are ways we can multiply these efforts. I would
Certainly.
also, indeed, and I would also like to give a shout out to my fellow participants here, but also the Harvard Ambedkarite scholars, some of whom will be tuning in via YouTube, or some of them might be here. Thank you also to you for organizing and being part of this. After hearing, since yesterday I heard this excellent sessions, but more specifically today, I really am spellbound, and I have very little to contribute at this moment, because the excellence of this women and the female participants that I've heard about their testimonials, and the sheer grit and confidence they were oozing was something adoring and admirable. And I was myself very much inspired, and I almost feel like I got wings, I can fly. It's almost like a Red Bull kick that I got after hearing these powerful testimonies. And I think if this is reflective of Ambedkarite women thought, is, I think then we are really charting on the right path, and we have multiple avenues that we can certainly explore. And to do that, I think we need to find alternative models that we are existing. With the testimonials that we hear, our focus has always been to give a guiding light to our students who will want to be the next excellent candidate in every field you cast your eyes on, be it medicine field, be it a management guru, be it a data scientist, be it a lawyer, be it a pilot, be it a scientist. We want our students to be the experts of this field. We would like to aspire that every new innovations and the technological advancements that we do, our community has an important role to play. Our community talent presents itself on the mark of being the next big thought. And I think we would like our community to aspire to that dreams and that vocation. In order to uplift that voice, what we are trying to do today, and we've been trying to do since a year and a half now, is to invest into the life of you people, especially the youngsters. Why do we feel so committed about you? Is because our earlier generation was still hustling within the Indian boundaries, because that was the highest we could go. If we went to a university, if you get a bachelor's, that was considered to be the highest degree at one point. Then of course we see how evolution happened. And today we see many PhDs and people from our field who are, wherever they went, they have embraced a certain work ethic, but also they have left their mark of excellence in that. And be it Professor Mungekar, and be it, excuse me, various other earlier generation of us has actually made that point. Now, what we want to do is this generation is to now contribute to the evolutionary logic and now cross over India's boundaries and find the best available avenues and options for us. Fortunately, due to the heavy lobbying, we have scholarships that support scheduled caste and scheduled tribe students to pursue foreign education. All right now we need is to make this information available. I don't think our community lacks hard work. I don't think our community lacks any form of commitment. I don't think our community is not smart. Our community has all those qualities. All they lack at this moment is the filtered knowledge, the filtered information about what career path they would like to pursue. And because of that, what we have tried to do is to offer this broader, wide canvas for you to then pick and choose what is most suitable. Now, having said that, the purpose of organizing this seminar also has a very much social implication. We here across the continents who have logged in and tuned in and trying to facilitate this conversation are invested in the community. And through that attitude, we would like to transmit our beliefs into the younger generation. So therefore, when we are trying to impart this new knowledge into you, our basic aim is that you multiply. If you are able to process the knowledge that we have given, and then you hopefully gets into one of the best educational institutes in the world, you don't remain a singular. You will multiply and become a plural. Create more of your models so other people can then focus into their options. By doing that, what you will do is you will start a new theory of how community can help each other. Our focus right now has been education because that's the only thing we can capitalize on. We don't have land, we don't have resources, we don't have materials to exploit so we can get benefited. We have very few, minuscule, tiny number of middle class who is actually now trying to hurdle its way through. So it's by sheer accident or not, you people, the many people who have tuned in or who have gone, are the people who are second generation educated people, who have grown into urban areas, who have not felt the trembles of poverty, who have not undergone the vicious, atrocious belongings of your caste because you were not living in a rural or a very caste society. You were a child of a pilot, you were a child of a physician, you were a child of a vice chancellor, you were a child of a professor. So many of the institutional casteist drawbacks are not on your shoulders. So that should help you to fly more, because caste has disabled the mindset of the person who has undergone the vicious treatment of Brahminic values. But some of you who could escape and evade that, you have a one step ahead. And now what you need to do is, because you have a step ahead, you need to run fast. And you need to run fast and cross the borderline. Once you do that, don't just go alone. We hope that you will look back and think about those unfortunate people that have been left behind. And I think that is one of the purpose of us to come here and try to think about what has gone in the past, who has been left behind. The reason I bring this constantly is we also need to remove ourselves from Nagpur and Mumbai Pune paradox. The community doesn't live only in these two places. They are pan-India, and we need to be more Indian, more universal in our approaches to how we see ourselves, or else it becomes a very Ravi Nagar network, or it becomes a Kalyan network. We don't want to reintroduce an online ghettos of our communities. We would like to go into the deep features of Marathwada, of North Maharashtra, and then outside, of course, we have friends from Jharkhand and other boundaries. Just to give an example, that our colleague Nitisha Bersa, who comes from Jharkhand, who is probably the first tribal woman to graduate from Harvard's Kennedy School. Last year she graduated, and now she is now a living inspiration for many young folks, more importantly for the girls. This session specifically aimed at targeting women folks. Why did we want to focus is because the half of India's population is female, and of that, the majority is under 25. That means what we are doing is we are focusing on the most important constituency where we need to invest. And therefore, we need to now de-male spaces. And when I say that, we have to demasculine this idea of foreign education. We need to bring up the stories of the girls, the females who have been participating in this foreign education avenues, because at the last session we were called out by our females who were participants in that they would like to have a special session on that, and we really appreciate that for bringing that to our attention, because through that what we are now trying to do is to have a very closed understanding of this topic. And that's why you will see many females. But again, having more female participants in this session is not only to mean it's for women session. Having more female participants or counselors is also for male-centered, or it's nothing of male-centered as yet, but to a quote-unquote general events. By that, what I try to suggest is that the women experiences of foreign education or education in general has a multi-pronged strategies where they have strategized it far in advance to go to the final stream of whatever they wanted to achieve. And we definitely saw through the testimonies of Vanshika and few others, Avishka, Avi, as how they kind of navigated through this and made their path. In this space, what we also need to do is, when I say we demasculinize it, I heard a speaker yesterday, he was assuming the bureaucratic post as males. So whenever he made gestures, he made he or him. And I think that is something we need to, that's our cultural upbringing, and we need to now let go of those cultural attitudes where we would like to now, instead of using he, why don't we prioritize she or her? And if there is a gender neutral pronoun, we can use they or them. By doing that, what we do is we indirectly create a mental space, at least for a female in our thought, in our thinking. And I think this is one of the ways we should try to discipline our own thinking and our own ways of modes of operation. Now, going to the second point is, apart from this being an urban middle class crowd which aspires to foreign country, what we would like to also do is to go into rural areas and poor students. They don't have access to the fancy English medium school that some of you might have had, or they don't have the protection that some of us had when we were living in a specific neighborhoods. But what we need to do now is to try to uplift those at the bottom so that they can now also pursue foreign education. Let foreign education of Ambedkarites not confine only to the urban middle class Dalits. And I think because of that, what it would do, I fear, is to overwhelmingly appropriate the larger conscious of a poor Dalit community. Many of the students who are going abroad should have a confidence and should feel pride about their caste and their background and their identity. There is no shame. Many of the people here even are ashamed to identify with a Dalit caste. These are mentally sick people who are ashamed of their own ancestors. How can one then be the world's leading Albert Einstein if Albert Einstein was not aware of his Jewish background that was being hit by Hitler, and he has escaped the persecution to become the world's and the 20th century's most famous intellectual of our times? That's why we have to become something. We always need to hold on to our historical pasts, our historical identities, and how that has made into what we became today. We cannot afford to live like a turtle where we can plan to go in a slow speed, but also duck our responsibilities as and when time comes. We have to be focused into how this knowledge shapes, because your caste experience is unique to you. The humiliations as well as the problems that were imposed upon you as a community, and you are trying to overcome that, is, I think, an achievement in itself. You need not emphasize more. You need not have to play into a certain linguistic parables in order to make yourself more relevant. You are yourself right now by the sheer fact of you being a generation or two generation ahead of what had happened in the past makes you a unique candidate. And if you go to an interview and express about your past and how you as a first or second generation has tried or managed to overcome this, is itself a story of a glorious triumph. Let us not find the examples of our success through someone else's experiences. We need not look at Steve Jobs, or we need not look at the people in technological industries to find the relevance of their experience with us. Our experiences of our caste and the atrocities that we have underwent over several thousand years is itself an inspiration to you and many like you who is going to hear you and pay attentive to your stories of how you overcome these circumstances. Because this is a very much, our focus has been panning out to explore other avenues of the field. We would also like our people to contribute into new innovations. And in this, our focus is on the female constituency from the community, because for them to have a certain past or a certain history, they also have a lot of stories of their own personal achievements, which then makes a new form of experience for the world community as a whole. The third point I would like to make is, when we establish a certain a discourse or a certain knowledge, what we are trying to find is our place in that. We should not find ourselves outside of that knowledge that you are creating. Most of the time, we become consumers of knowledge. We don't become producers of knowledge. I like our community to become the producers of knowledge, and by producing knowledge, you become owner of that knowledge. That ownership to you should become part of your thought. You need not be the subordinate subject of a knowledge regime. You should be the next cutting edge scientist, scholar, researcher, or entrepreneur in your discipline, where you are charting new path and becoming pioneer. This movement right now is focused for us to create more pioneers, and pioneers become the first of the first. So 100 years from now, if history of Dalit community is being written, we want your name to be mentioned in honorable exceptions because you have achieved something in your life which has made a significant contribution. Like the African American community here in America always remembers their creative geniuses, as well as their innovators and originators of different sciences and technologies and knowledge, be it NASA, be it creating any pancakes, or be it creating fish fries. Each innovation has become a token and a moment of appreciation. Similarly, we would also like to see ourselves from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe community to have our own pioneers who will then inspire the coming generation. And this is my fourth point, is to have constant inspiration for others. People are going to be inspired from you, and when your inspiration, what they will do is they will go, if you have given them 10% inspiration, they will achieve 20%. They will do always twice or maybe more than twice in their own lifetime. Through that, what we can do is we can push to our limits and expand our attitudes to a level of suboptimal framework of how you design a topic. We don't want to create a generation of bulls and cows, because bulls and cows are just fending off for themselves in open grazing land. We would like to have socially conscious progenies of Baba Sahib. Baba Sahib's movement, Baba Sahib's revolution inspires us every day. And what Baba Sahib did was to devote his life to understanding the predicament of a society and to try to find the solutions to the problems of their suffering. Your knowledge is not to fulfill your own bellies. It can happen. If you can take your time, maybe 10 years for you to settle down, but after 10 years you should come back into the movement. You should always focus and concentrate on those logics of why the education was given to you in the first place. Now, many of you will acknowledge your parents, your relatives, your mentors for sacrificing and giving you the opportunity. But let me tell you, there is one very strong invisible force that has contributed significantly in your life, and that is your community. Your community has sacrificed very much for you, so much so that you got the opportunity to go to school, to even have a dignified entrance into various spaces, and to also live a life of certain safety and security. Your community has played a huge part. They don't claim their share in your success, but they will be happy when you will be successful. And that's why if you see any scheduled caste or scheduled tribe a success story, the entire community celebrates, because they know this is what they have also invested in. If somebody is at one of the prestigious universities, we all feel pride in that, because we think that is part of us. And I think this intimacy of compassion that has remained with us needs to continue. And that's why I call upon many of you to go into education institutions and have this very peculiar focus into what we do. I will end with a story of Dakshayani. Dakshayani Velayudan. Dakshayani was a first scheduled caste woman from Kerala and India who graduated. She was the first Dalit woman graduate in this country. Her experiences are wide-ranging, but more importantly, she was the only Dalit woman member of Constituent Assembly. So one was Babasaheb Ambedkar, who was drafting the constitution. Dakshayani Velayudan was the only Dalit woman member of Constituent Assembly. And I think we should celebrate this person, because this woman can be our inspiration and we need to own her. She has had an amazing feat of life. She has made a lot of interesting investments into creating more spaces for the underprivileged, more importantly, the Dalit woman. And she says she was the only Dalit girl student for her BSc in chemistry in her college. So she was not the Dalit woman only, but she was the only woman who was pursuing BSc in chemistry during her lifetime. And then she graduated in 1935 to, of course, get into further education. Then she has also been a representative of Cochin Legislative Council, where she was represented in 1945, and in 1967, she of course went to the Constituent Assembly. In addition to that, Dakshayani was very much part of how she charted her ways through her life. If you know, within the Constituent Assembly of 389 members, there were 15 women only. And of that 15 women, always the name of the woman that has been remembered are the Savarna woman, are the twice born Brahmin or upper caste woman, who I call oppressor caste woman. But within that 15 names, we rarely, I don't think in my own upbringing, have I ever came across the name of Dakshayani Velayudan, because her name was again suppressed by the very Congress regime who she was so much devoted to. And I think this goes back to how we also frame that the attitude of this representation needs to place in focus. One of the reason the Dalit community had problems with her is because she was very much Gandhian, and because of that she opposed separate electorates, and said that, you know, untouchability needs to be abandoned. And then of course that was like a contra to by ordinance, and that was contra to Babasaheb's position. But again, later, when she spent time with both Babasaheb Ambedkar and Gandhi, she then became an ardent Ambedkarite. She became the editor of Jai Bhim magazine. It was an Ambedkarite publication, which was published from Madras. It's a very famous magazine that many of us in history have read about it. In more than that, Dakshayani organized the first Dalit Women Conference, one of the first national Dalit Women conferences in the 1970s era, which was again a very huge scope, especially when we talk about the Dalit Panther era of that decade. And I think this is something we need to constantly go back to whenever we need to seek inspiration. Through these stories of remembrances, what we would also like to do is, you, the female participants here, also become one of those pioneers. So if we remember the decade of 2020s in few years, few decades, or few centuries, we would like your name to be mentioned in high spirits as well as high notes of commendation, because this is your time. And whatever you do now in the field of education and utilizing education for the purpose of serving the society, the most poor, the most underrepresented, you will be the real female. And as I got the messages that people want to make new icons in our community, and I think right now what we need is, our community needs more female icons from our community, so they can then lead a path of a certain futures. Because right now the only Dalit woman people appreciate or recognize is Mayawati. But there are enormous amount of Dalit women, known academics and intellectuals and scientists who are existing, but their contribution is very much dwarfed to a similar petty positions of either becoming heads of department or trying to get into some administrative new position. And what we have done is to become de facto slaves of the system. People would like to promote the attitudes of reverence in a broader politics of how you see yourself. People try to promote, we need to get into various important services, but also I would like to tell you, an independent mind is not confined to one service. You need a freedom thinking intellectuals in our community, and those freedom intellectuals are not slaves of the system. Many of us who enter services or do this kinds of things become the de facto slaves. They cannot move one needle without the order of their boss, who is a minister. And so whoever is promoting this alternative methods of future should also pay attention to how much of a freedom he or she will get. Getting one driver and getting one house for 3 years based on government expenses doesn't make you a king or queen of the system. Of course, you become an important interlocutor, and we should explore that options also. But also what we need right now is, we need more Nobel Prize winners. And I would rather think, if there is a Nobel Prize winner from our community, let it be a woman from our community who becomes an innovator or a scientist or a person contributing to this new field of knowledge that is actually helping elevating the problems of the poor and problem of the most needy. And who better can understand the problem of the poor and the needy if it is not the Dalit woman, who has become the fourth layer oppressed woman. She's oppressed because she's a woman, she's oppressed because she is poor, she's oppressed because she lives in rural areas, and fourth, she's oppressed because she is an outcast citizen of the Brahminic society. So our critics need to be also sophisticated. We also need to identify the enemies, and we cannot afford to live a very uncherished dream of somebody whose dreams we are already following. In our community, the unfortunate thing is, our community, our people, our youngsters follow someone else's dreams. They read the books of some Savarnas and they think that is their dream. That is a very wrong attitude, and that's why they unfortunately become slaves of the system. They don't have the courage to speak out their heart. They don't have the language to articulate their rage. They don't have a sophistication to express what is part of their eloquent memory and history. What they do is they become a subservient, subordinate citizens within the conversation. And that's why, even though they go to big universities, I have many friends from Dalit community who are at Columbia and also who are at Harvard, who were, and we have seen them. What they lack, one thing is the confidence. Even though they are amazing intellectuals, they just cannot come to terms with the humiliation that they have undergone. But if you are a person with a certain confidence, what you would do is you would utilize that experience, subvert it, and after subverting it, you will make that for your use. I am not ashamed of my caste. I'm not ashamed of my ancestors. I am not ashamed of my mother. I'm not ashamed of my grandmother. I'm not ashamed of my grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and great-great-grandmother. Why should I? They were the slaves of this system. The system made them subordinate. They worked in the farm as landless laborers. Even their eyes, even their shadows, even their spit would consume pollution, and they would receive flack. The landlords and the patils and the priests would beat them blue. But in spite of that, they dreamed and they envisioned that their next generation will do something better. And through that next generation investment, what happened is they produced me. And I should always pay reverence to those ancestors. And when I say those ancestors, I just don't mean to say only Yengdes. I also mean the ancestors of Bamboles. I also mean the ancestors of Ingles. I also mean the ancestors of Mungekars. I also mean the ancestors of everybody of you who are part of this whole business. In this gamut, what we do is we find ourselves very much invested into finding our inspiration. So many people right now, they say they don't have inspiration, and I get these messages constantly, and I tell them, just go and spend some time with your grandmother or grandfather or elderly people and try to ask them, involve and invest in their stories, and you will find enormous inspirations for them to inspire you every day. With this, I would like to call upon every one of you, my dear sisters, and some of them who are brothers here, is to let's create more space for our sisters right now. We need many of our female colleagues, our community members, to now lead the path. We need to create more spaces for them. We need to give them more avenues and options and make them feel confident. Let their presence not make us insecure. Let us be happy. And as a community, I always say, we as a community have always had priority given to our women folks. We are not like the Brahmins or the Brahminical society, which outcasts women folks. We are always the community who looked after our female folks. And similar story goes with Bhima Bai, Baba Saheb Ambedkar's mother, whose story very few people know, or it's very rarely talked about, of course, because she died when Baba Saheb was merely 5-year-old. But even that story represents when Bhima Bai is one of the daughters that they have, and the kind of love she is brought up into, and the way the entire family devotes their attention to her. Similarly, in our own families, if there is a girl child or there's a female, we pay very specific attention and we are invested thoroughly for her success. And I think let that be part of our attitude and our working style as well. I keep on bringing attitude in my talk constantly and repeatedly is because I want attitudinal change. Right now, the attitude is very much tied to a certain subordination. I want that to be exposed. I want that to be broken down, and for us then to follow a certain path, where in that path, when I'm walking, if I look at left, I should look at a success story from my community. If I look at right, I should look at the success story from my community. And if I look ahead, I should look at the success story from my community. I want my community to be the community who is taking care of the world. Thank you.
Wow,
Neelam?
Mr.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Yengde, I mean, all of us are spellbound. We have no words to say. Dr. Ambedkar said, Shika Sanghatit Hua ani Sangharsha Kara. I think you are actually living it. You are actually showing it in action that this is how you go about study, get together and then struggle. Amazing, amazing, sir. The way you said that you have to not forget your roots. I mean, most of us, when we really become to high places, we forget our ancestors, our roots, and we actually get ashamed of them, you know. It is so wrong. It is so bad. We need to connect with them. We need to really, as you said, they're inspiring. Their stories are inspiring, and it is so true. And every youngster here should take this advice and really connect with our grandparents and, you know, ask them how they went about it, what happened. Another, my very deep respect to you when you say that the depressed of the depressed, that is a woman from a poor rural outcast is the woman that you see receiving a Nobel Prize award. I mean, really, I mean, I bow down to you for a thought like that. It's amazing, really. Very inspiring. And we are very moved, especially I am extremely moved by your words, mind blowing. And I'm sure each one of us is really asking himself and herself a question as to what are we doing for our community. Of course, Captain Bambole started this Ambedkarite Aviation Group. Yes, this is one of the initiatives which is in that process, and really we need something. We need more participation. We need more people to come in like this. Thank you very much, Dr. Yengde. Thanks a lot. Jai Bhim.
Suraj, that was excellent and outstanding as always. Okay, and I'm really thankful that you made up your time, and I woke you up in the morning just to be here on the time. Okay, so really a great inspiring speech and a motivational speech for each and every one of us, and it just gives us a little introspect. Okay, that who we are, what are we here for, and what should we not be ashamed or be shyful of. I think everybody should be able to come out and identify themselves, their roots, who they are, as you rightly said. And as you mentioned, cross over the Indian boundaries. Yes, the aim of this program, which we are doing together, is to help the people to pursue their dreams, dare to dream, go beyond the boundaries. Not only go beyond the boundaries, take their brothers, sisters along with them, and create a knowledge bank. Okay, our community has, as you said, that our community has all the qualities, but we lack in a filtered career path. Yes, we do. I think the transformation is coming in. What we are trying to do is we are trying to give them a little bit of a fillip. Okay, whatever we could, and guide them and to decide into their careers. Okay, we are, as you exactly rightly mentioned, that we are investing in the community. Yes, we are. We have our own interest here. Okay, because whatever we have achieved to our pinnacle, we want that each and every community member, especially the women, should aim high. Okay, like Neelam is there, Rupali is there. Okay, they are extraordinary women. Okay, they are the model, they are the role models here. They are no less than anybody, I must say that. They are the outstanding and intelligent women. Okay, so people like this, I mean, they should take, and there are other women who are women participants here, and there are various role models. So they should come up and think about the higher education, and we should all aim to multiply the processing of the knowledge. Okay, we should not keep it to ourselves. We should increase. We should spare the knowledge. Okay, you mentioned that we'll all start a new theory, and our focus should be on education. Caste has disabled the mindset of person. Yes, it does. It did for a period of time. Okay, and we should come out of that, and we should move forward and run fast and cross the border, but take the others with you. Yes, we should all. Okay, we should not be running alone. Otherwise, there is no point. Okay, and if you run together, then you have the support and support of the community, and you will do something for the community. That is what even the speakers and the girls who had given their video, okay, they had mentioned that each and every one of them said that they are doing something for the community, and that is what it should be, the aim of the new generation students. You mentioned that we have to be focused how the knowledge how this knowledge is shared. Our experiences of caste and atrocities should be an inspiration to very rightly put forward. Okay, why should be ashamed of? And what we need inspiration. Yes, this is the inspiration. This should be the inspiration for us, that I have my caste has been subjected to atrocities. Let me do something better, and then let me get that knowledge. Let me get onto the top, and then I'll see how best I can do it for my society. That should be the aim, as you rightly said. We should be the producers of knowledge, not the consumer. Very rightly said, Suresh. Okay, become the owner of the knowledge. Why should we not? We have the potential. We have the requisites. Okay, only what we need is to channelize our intellectual in the right direction, and that's what we are there to guide the people. Be a cutting-edge scientist. Be an entrepreneur. Become originators. Okay, be innovative. Become a pioneer. Be inspiration to others. Create a suboptimal framework, and you should come back in a moment after you have completed the education. Yes, the education should not be restricted to our own self. That should come that should become handy to the community. What's the purpose of otherwise achieving a higher education? Anybody can go abroad and then they can settle down there. You could also do that, but you have chosen to enlighten the community, and that's what each and everyone of us should do it. And I think the support group which you are trying there, I think that will create that kind of an awareness, okay, which Avishka had also mentioned in her testimony. Dalit girls, women, and you mentioned about Dalit women, Dakshayani Veludan. I think I was also, to tell you frankly, I have also not heard this name. Okay, but what an inspiring story of that woman, and very nice to know about such Dalit women from our community existed at that time in that intellectual who have supported Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Hats off to that lady. Women should lead the path in academics, and we need freedom of intellectuals, should not be the de facto slaves. Very rightly said by you. We need more Nobel Prize winners. That's a punching line. I think Neelam has also will agree with me that we need more Nobel Prize winners amongst the women from our community. We need to identify the critics and our enemies, and we should move forward. We should have the courage to speak out our heart, not become a subservient subordinates. Okay, those who do that, they are lacking in the confidence. So we should not be lacking into the confidence, as you rightly said. We should have the high degree of confidence so that we are no less than anyone else. And you, as very rightly said, that I am not ashamed of my grandparents. I am not ashamed of my forefathers. Okay, they are the part of the system, and I should learn that what they went through, and I should take a lead from there, and I should work to improvise my society. We need an attitudinal change, as you rightly said, and we should not forget our roots. And Suraj, we are extremely moved by your powerful speech, and thank you very much for guiding the students. Salute to you. Okay, thank you. And I would, can we keep a session open for a few questions if anyone has it, or they want to ask you something? Okay. So
hello, Jai Bhim. Hello.
We'll take just 2-3 questions. Go ahead.
Hello, Jai Bhim. Suraj, this is Akshay here from Japan.
Go ahead, Akshay.
Okay, so I just wanted to say thanks a lot for your time. And it's almost about to midnight in Japan, but still I was waiting for your speech, and it's really wonderful. It was a really wonderful speech, and it was worthy that I stayed up till night. And I don't know whether you remember or not, but we just met once in Tokyo, and before 1 year almost. And at that time we couldn't spend too much time because it was about to hit by natural calamity of typhoon. And on the second day you had to catch your flight. So yep, so I just wanted to say Jai Bhim and thank you for your time. That's all. And thinking about the question, like you have given such a wonderful speech that everyone should have the question about what are we doing for our society and our community. That's all for me.
Absolutely.
Like everyone will be having a question to himself.
Thank you. Anyone wish to say anything to any remarks?
I have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Excellent talk, Dr. Suraj. I am Naksen Sonare, and I am just actually wondering the movement after the Floyd was murdered by the police, and from around the world, all blacks, they have united, and they are protesting against the atrocities and human rights violations of the blacks and for the dignity. So, do you see any possibility of such kind of movement in India? Because every day there are 10 or 20 of Dalits, they are killed. About 20-30 our women are raped, and about 170-80 atrocities are every day they are registered. So, how do you actually see the possibility of the Black Lives Matters, movement in India?
Thank you so much, Sonar Sahib. And I know you have been trying to do your part from India, trying to make some interventions with your Varade uncle, through the UN kind of frameworks, very limited frameworks. We have. I've been thinking about the same. Actually, on the 1st July, I wrote a big article for the Caravan magazine, that kind of picks on this question of what can the Dalit community do, but also I bring out the Dalit black kind of connection and how we have to fix. See, one of the problems I see is the Dalit community of Maharashtra cannot think beyond being a Buddhist. And this is a very hypocritical identity for them. Even if they are Buddhist, even Thailand doesn't give a damn about their struggle and suffering. So what has happened is we have to be courageous to acknowledge when we say Black Panther and there was a Dalit Panther, Black Panther was success because they had ideological framework. The Dalit Panthers were still hustling if it was a communist or if it was a Buddhist, and then it broke and it didn't create a spiral effect. Now I will tell you, Ambedkarism is not known in the world. It is known through a very specific community, through a specific boundaries. What the black community did was they aligned with a certain ideologies that was available around the world, and for that example, they became Marxist. Black Panthers were Marxist-Leninist group. We can't afford to be Marxist-Leninist in India. But we have to understand that the black movement is connected through an ideological apparatus. And that's why the global black community or the African diaspora, if you use the word, has been sensitive to this. For the Dalit community, it is about to reimagine that we become Buddhist only because of our small colony celebration. We have this a very unfortunately a very frustrating attitude, if you will, is to have a hold on to a certain ideology which is not giving you any access to United Nations. Now you tell me, you guys have been fighting for so long, how many times would you even intervene at the UN level on behalf of the community? You know how difficult it is. You know, I know, and because of the limitations we have to be more pragmatic. Baba Saheb's success was because he was pragmatic. He tested with various ideologies whenever it was necessary. If he formed Independent Labour Party, he found there was a point in that, and then of course he moved on. So what I say to you, Sunare Saheb, and also to others, is to think about how do you expand this. If you are being a Buddhist, what does that Buddhist mean to you to make an international call for justice? There are, I think, approximately 34 countries, and maybe I'm mistaken here, who are Buddhist countries. I wanted to do an international conference of Buddhist alliances. That was Baba Saheb's plan when we became Buddhist. Instead, what we did was we became Buddhist only to make other people feel inferior. And Buddhist identity became a subcaste identity. Mostly Mahars in Maharashtra, Jatavs in Uttar Pradesh, in Parayas in Tamil Nadu, and some Holayas in Karnataka, and so forth. The dominant caste only became what Baba Saheb gave, but the rest of the subcaste, even among Mahars, the subcaste are Mahanubhavs. They don't even believe in Buddhism. They have a Mahanubhav tradition, Chakradhar Swami kind of followership. Now you tell me, how are we then able to create a consensus about an international focus? So when George Floyd dies, there is a Christian support. There is a Christian support of the community. Then there is the support of the black ideology, the black Muslims support that movement. And of course, the Marxist and the leftist and the liberal idea support. You tell me, where are we when it comes to Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Marxist, as well as the other ideologies? We don't have. And that's why our struggle is very much limited to Ambedkar Nagar, Gautam Buddha Nagar, or Javim Nagar. And I think we need to, you and me and some of us can actually expand through that parochial identities. And I think, we can then, of course, find a way. I would like to hear.
Correct. Okay, so last, if anyone wants to put any comments, and then we'll move on to the next speaker. Okay, we are already getting late. Go ahead.
Hello.
Just one question.
Hello,
sir. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Oliva, and I'm from Odisha, and I'm a tribal. I have a question for Surat, sir. Can you give an example of how we become consumers of knowledge, and how does an exposure to higher education in abroad make a difference in becoming the producers of knowledge?
Very good question, Oliva. Thank you for asking.
Very nice.
And I hope you are keeping there strong in Orissa. We hear a lot of news. Sometimes they are not encouraging, but just know that we are in love and in support of whatever our tribal as well as the Dalit sisters and brothers are suffering. So just Be assured of that. And
Thank you, sir.
see, about the consumers and producers of knowledge, and I think this is where you need to understand. Imagine any field. Now you see, when you become consumers of knowledge, you become the servant of that discipline. You might be a decorated servant. You might be a decorated bureaucrat, decorated pilot, decorated engineer, decorated XYZ. Because what you do is you follow the path laid by somebody else. There are protocols set up in that discipline. There are formulas and there are theories that are already, there is a language designed. What you do is you take a training to become an expert in someone else's knowledge. And your excellence is counted upon how well you are able to imitate the protocol that are taught to you, or or how much mug up you do. So the smartness in our space is created through the attitude or aptitude rather of how well can grasp whatever is taught in the school. I will tell you, I became a lawyer by writing 3 hours exam for 5 days. Now you tell me, how is it possible to become a lawyer by writing 3? There is no prominent exposure to the field of knowledge that I am now co-creating. So when I say consumers of knowledge, what I mean to say is someone else has already done the job of enslaving you. Meaning, if you go in any discipline, now tell me how many engineering colleges, how many medical colleges, and how many various disciplines have a course on the sensitivity of caste and gender violence in India. If you are becoming I don't know what discipline you are at, but if you are going to an engineering college or engineering school, how many of the students are exposed to gender-based violence or gender-based courseworks? There is not. You are just made to follow a certain framework of knowledge. And I want you all to not become the mute participants, because as I always keep saying, if you are a consumer, consumers ki koi auqat nahi hoti. If you are a consumer, you go into the shop and you beg to the owner, do you have something? Do you have some? Sometimes you beg in respect and sometimes you beg in subservience. But at the end of the day, you are bargaining, you are begging. And if the owner says, get out, you have to get out. You can't fight. You can't burn down the owner's shop because the owner is the monopoly. He or she has the right to dictate your terms and conditions. And by that, what happens is we then simply become the mute participants of the system, which then just becomes an enslaving part of this process. So by that, Oliva, what I mean is, if you become a producer of knowledge, like do excellent research, do cutting edge innovations, file for more intellectual property rights, create more new technological advancements in your field, and have your name behind that, like Pythagoras theorem. Pythagoras theorem, we all learn, is named after a Greek thinker, Pythagoras. Why not Oliva's theorem? Why not Oliva Tiga's theory that the world follows? Now, Captain Bambole might say in his field of aviation, the many protocols or the new knowledge that come are known or decided by someone else. Correct. This poor man goes and does his job. But if Vinay Bambole creates a new innovation, the entire aviation industry in the world should follow Bambole's models of aviation techniques. Why not? Because we need to be that originators of knowledge. And that's only when you do that, what you do is you then have the capacity to shape the knowledge that can then be helpful to the wider humanity. You are not becoming the owner of knowledge to monopolize and harass other people. In current discourse, majority of the knowledge that is designed is for you to feel low, is for you to feel you are insignificant, is for you to feel that you don't belong as an equal participant. Tell me, you as a tribal woman went into college and felt confident about your own self. It's very rare. Why? Because the producers of knowledge have already decided in a way that some Oliva Tiga, a tribal woman from Orissa, goes to a college and doesn't feel confident, doesn't feel that she owns the space. For that matter, if a Brahmin woman or a Savarna woman goes into that space, she feels that she owns it because she sees the names. She sees the Chatterjee, Banerjee, Kulkarni, and all those names that make her feel familiar. And what we need to change is, that's why I say we just don't want to be the degree holders, but we also want to be the people who will design new degrees of knowledge that can then help us liberate our community. And my purpose is our education should liberate us from not only the mental slavery, but also the slavery of coming generations. I am more concerned about next generations also.
Right. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Suraj.
you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. I think with this, because we are running behind the sked, Dr. Mungekar is already waiting. So we would move on to the next guest. Neelam, could you just introduce Dr. Mungekar, please?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are there? Dr. Mungekar, you are there, sir? Mungekar, sir? Yeah, he's there. Go ahead.
Okay. Professor Dr. Bhalchandra Lakshman Mungekar. He is an eminent economist, educationist, and social worker. He specializes in agricultural economics. Professor Mungekar did his BA, MA, and PhD in economics from the University of Mumbai and in 1965. He joined the Reserve Bank of India. He has been Vice Chancellor of the University of Mumbai and has served as Member, Commission for Agricultural Cost and Prices, Government of India, Member of Planning Commission nominated to Rajya Sabha, Member of Committee on Urban Development, Member Consultative Committee for the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Member of Committee on Urban Development, Member National Council for Teacher Education, Member Select Committee to the WAKF Amendment Bill, Member Committee on the Welfare of Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes, Member Committee on Personal, Public Grievances, Law and Justice, Member on the Committee of Home Affairs, and Member on Committee of Library. Professor Mungekar has also been the chairman and president of Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Shimla. He's also a writer, great philosopher. He has published a number of books. A list of few books we can give you here is The Political Economy of Terms of Trade, 1992, Buddhism and the Contemporary World, and Ambedkarian Perspective. Dr. Ambedkar's approach to Buddhism, 2010. Indhan, that's Fuel, a collection of 15 newspaper column articles, 1998. And Me Asa Ghadlo, the story of my life, nominated as Modern Indian Classics by the Sahitya Akademi and is being translated into several languages. A Blueprint of Maharashtra Agricultural Development with Mahendra Dev. Dr. Ambedkar's Quest for Democratic Socialism. The Political Economy of India's Economic Development since Independence, and this is in Marathi. The Political Economy of Globalization, a Marathi book. India's Economic Reforms and the Dalits, an Ambedkarian Perspective. Dr. Professor Bhalchandra Lakshman Mungekar.
Oh, thank you very much. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir. Certainly.
Okay. First of all, very good afternoon to all, and I'm extremely happy to join this second in the series that Vinay Bambule and Captain Vinay Bambule and his entire team and all the organizers have been successfully organizing, which are extremely important from point of view of Dalit communities empowerment of different dimensions. The first, I think, was regarding the concept of a creamy layer, and I'm happy that the government of Maharashtra, at least for this year, has withdrawn that government circulated government decision, and then they have not yet permanently given up that decision of creamy layer being applicable to Dalit communities, that is scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. But beginning is very good, and I think this is encouraging the Dalit community in order to make their fight sustainable. Today's topic is a very large, very vast topic. Opportunities in higher studies within the country as well as abroad, particularly abroad foreign studies, then the social commitment, the issues regarding the unity, the struggle, and so on. Now, under these conditions, since during last 40 years of public life, allow me to say that I have dealt with these issues to some extent or the other. But I restrict myself only to few dimensions of the topics at aggregate level. First of all, education. Let's take about education, which is the most important instrument in the hands of, it's not only in the hands of the Dalit community, but those, see, there are basically two categories of the society. People are divided. One is ownership of the means of production, and second is those who are only selling the labor. Now, unfortunately, what happened is the entire Dalit community is totally diverse from Marxian perspective. The only because I have yet to come across any single Dalit intellectual who has systematically written even 10 pages on Marxian dialectics. Okay, uh, it's not the case that Marxian perspective in every respect is right and appropriate. What Marx made the prophecy about the socialist revolution, the model which I don't believe in Marxian model, because there is no model of social change. Models are there in econometrics and economics, and they're also subject to several variations at a point of time, and namely other things remaining the same. In the sense, when you are trying to implement a particular program, its success depends not only about the consistent or the conducive conditions which are necessary to make that model successful, but there are erratic conditions, there are erratic uncertainties. For example, you are planning for 6.5% rate of growth, and suddenly you are having COVID-19 pandemic. Your entire planning exercise goes haywire. So my point is that that is why economic problems, despite the fact that Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar formed 1936 Independent Labour Party. If you find, if those who read carefully the manifesto of 1937 election manifesto, the first provincial election, you'll find the entire program is devoted to the welfare of the labor. And labor means what? He never used the term labor in political economy. He always used the term laboring classes. And that is why Suraj just now mentioning that you can't create your sub-identity, and within the sub-identity, if you want to become successful, you have to have a much broader identity and much broader circle. Anyway, education is the only instrument in the hands of Dalits and equivalent communities, because that gives you economic empowerment, that gives you social empowerment, it gives you definitely social status, at least in unequal society. Definitely a person who is literate, who is having relatively higher education, higher job profile, he still, society is absolutely Indian society. There is no other society as Hippocratic as Indian society. And to be precise, Hindu society, with which Dr. Ambedkar has severely criticized and blasted the entire moral, the entire ethics, entire sociology, psychology, and economics of caste in annihilation of caste. That is why I had celebrated 60 years of annihilation of caste, and again 70 years, 5 years of annihilation of caste, and printed 5,000 copies, spending 3 lakh rupees and distributed to the people free of charge, because annihilation of caste is considered as the manifesto of social emancipation. Education is the only instrument which is upward and horizontal social mobility. Okay, and that is why when in 1961, 73rd annual conference of American Economic Association, Theodore Schultz, who got the Nobel Prize, who belonged to Chicago School of Economics, one of the leading agricultural economic scientists. He developed that concept, investment in human capital, in 73rd annual conference of American Economic Association. That article is just 17 pages. And since then, investment in human capital, or rather human capital term, came into use in 19 61. And that is why the names of the education departments also have been changed, that rather than Minister of Education, Minister of Human Resources Development, because education is one human resource. Now what happens is, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar himself symbolized that education, how is the instrument of empowerment. Now the question is first to talk about what are the prerequisites of becoming successful so far higher education is concerned. And those prerequisites are applicable to both education within the country as well as education outside the country. First of all, Dalit communities, there are first generation learners and there is no counseling. And that's why these counseling of such types are extremely important. The first is that one must decide one's goal. So I'm talking about essentially postgraduate studies. I presume that somebody has got a degree of, say, in art, science, commerce, then architecture or engineering or medicine. If you go for higher studies, then you must fix your goal, because you can't travel, you can't start travel or your journey without finally deciding your destination. You must know where to go. So first is goal setting, and goal setting also requires discussion with the peer, discussions with the colleague, discussion with the parent, discussion with the professional bodies. We don't have the professional bodies of that kind. That's why those who have got higher education in our community or even the friendship circle, they must be considered as resource person. That's why goal setting, the first important thing, because you can't have a number of opportunities in life. Once time is extremely important, context is extremely important. That's why goal setting must be consistent with your inner confidence in you. What exactly your best possible potential? Because somebody wants to become architecture, parents say that you become engineer. Now, engineer is not the only thing in the world that can salvage the entire world. There's a goal setting must be consistent with your inner voice, your confidence about your potential, that this is the best. Suppose, for example, I had told my son, if you want to start the job of hair cutting salon, I don't mind start Mungekar hair cutting salon. But that must be best possible hair cutting salon in Mumbai. You can't become so and also. Okay, because what happens is, if when I was in 9th standard, my teachers told me, if you expect 90% and prepare, you will get 70%. If you prepare and expect 70%, you will get 50%. And if you only ask and prepare only for 50%, you are definitely bound to fail. That's a goal setting must be realistic, but also goal setting will require second requisite is tremendous amount of efforts. It's that not that I have decided to do this. In order to accomplish that, you must have put your entire energy, your physical energy, your mental energy, your resources, and all other your social responsibilities. Everything at the aggregate level that I call aggregate resources. That is why you should collect them together, you should channelize them, you should integrate them, and then at aggregate level, you get potential power to realize your goal. Now, third point is after accomplishing the goal, you must have what you propose to do thereafter. In the same, you have got degree of engineering, you have got degree of medicine, which branch of medicine, where you are going to, what are the job prospects. See, we are discussing of knowledge. Okay. Now, university, for example, what is the function of university? I was privileged to become vice chair of the biggest university in the world. Creation, dissemination, and storing the knowledge is the job of the university. Now, the question is, those who want to become Einstein, or those who want to become Newton, or those who want to become Bertrand Russell, okay, they can. But your immediate purpose is to get some sort of job entitlement, some sort of sources of earning and livelihood. That's why those who want to pursue education, see, education is a formal sense you are talking about. Education means we are confining our entire understanding to education, of education only to your degrees. But then these degrees were introduced by Britishers. Degrees were introduced only those they were introduced only in 1857, and all those degrees were of colonial need to manage the imperial economy of East India Company and thereafter the British. The question is, what is the relevance of degrees? And that is why, while pursuing the degrees of whichever kind, you must see the job content of that degree. And for that point of view, I must submit that you must have some sort of skill formation. Okay, these BAs, BComs, and BMC and BScs and MCom and MScs are no more relevant so far employment market is concerned. See, technology is the driving force of the human civilization. And whenever technology is changing, it changes the entire world apparatus. It doesn't change only economy. It changes your art, your culture, your understanding, your perception, your living style, everything. Because it is the technology which is the motive force of human civilization. That's why how technology will be affecting your entire live discourse, that also you must have taken into account. The fourth important point is you must have what are we learning from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar? Of other things, everything that we can learn, but the most important thing that the self-confidence. You must have. So pilot, Vinay is pilot, for example. He's sitting on in the pilot chair. If he has even 0.000 point negative confidence as how I'm going to pilot the plane to New York, I mean, that will be impossible to pilot the plane. 100% I shall pilot the plane to New York and land there within 17 hours. That is the stipulated time for direct flight from Mumbai to New York. That 100% confidence you must have, not 99.99999, because that 0.1% loss of confidence can create havoc for 700 passengers. That's why you must have self-confidence, and self-confidence is not automatically earned. Self-confidence is created in the course of time through your experience, through your reading, through your friends, through your communications, through your debate, through your discussions, and many other things. But confidence has no substitute. Because suppose, for example, the patient takes so many medicines and he lost the confidence that whether I will live or not. No medicine in the world can cure the patient when he psychologically decided that it is difficult to live. Uh, that's why त्यांना सांग बोलतायत म्हणून कॉन्फरन्स मध्ये. That is why self confidence is extremely important. Now these are the requisites. The second or the fifth rather is resources. If we are confining, let us take for time being, not for larger society, as Suraj was saying, that I shall come to last point if time permits. Today I have decided not to talk much because already I have heard many of you have raised important issues. Resources. Now one point is that Dalit community. See, first of all, what is Dalit community? When we say Dalit movement, when we say Dalit community, it is essentially former Mar community and embraced Buddhism under the leadership of Dr. Ambedkar in 1956. All other segments of Dalit community, I don't want to mention them, but there may be 15, 16. They are not part of Dalit movement. They are not part of Dalit literature. It is regretful. It is most undesirable, and I don't hold them responsible. I don't hold any caste person responsible for the caste system because that is inherited legacy. My only point is we don't have sufficient resources. Now let me give a simple illustration. Why Vinay Bambole daily traveling from and to and fro from India to any other foreign country and coming back and resting only one day? Why we hundreds and thousands of professors are in India? How many counseling centers we have started during last 10 years? Not a single one. Because what happens is we have got set concept. I don't want to criticize. And when I want to criticize, I have been criticized very brutally without caring for anyone. because I damn with any those who criticize me. Nobody, of course, criticizing, fortunately. But let me tell you, I have written one article in Marathi that throughout Maharashtra, suppose for example, we are celebrating Ambedkar Jayanti for 1 month. My estimate was minimum we are spending 50 crores of rupees at the aggregate level. I had written, Vinay, that 50% of the total resources that we are collecting for celebrating Ambedkar Jayanti, 50% of that amount at every level, we shall keep aside only for development of education of Dalit community. That is not the case. The competition is how on bigger pompous scale we are celebrating Baba Sahib Ambedkar Jayanti. Baba Sahib is a concept. Baba Sahib is one संकल्पना. बाबासाहेब एक संकल्पना आहे. तर ती संकल्पना तुम्ही कृतीमध्ये आणण्यासाठी किती रुपयांचा मोठा हार आणता आणि केवढा मोठा फोटोग्राफ, that is irrelevant. Whether you are traveling the path that he has shown or not, that is extremely important. I have been telling people, public sector undertakings or your banks and insurance, there are more than 300 likewise. Adopt one student, those who is going abroad for higher studies. Now they get the scholarship thereafter, they get some kind of job. But I have come across number of people when I was vice chancellor in planning commission that students become bright, they earn their name, but initially their families have to mortgage their land, they had to sell their ornaments, banks were not giving the loan. I started higher education loan guarantee authority in the planning commission and made compulsory that they must give certain portion of their loan as education loan up to 5 lakhs rupees collateral security. But not a single Dalit section in Maharashtra or elsewhere in the country made agitation only for that. See, if education is the only instrument at our disposal, then we should channelize our energy primarily. I'm not saying exclusively or only, to channelize all our energy, academic, intellectual, political, members of parliament, MLAs, and all that how to secure higher and higher education. That's why resource also is a big problem, and big problem could be solved. Problem appears to be big because we don't have will to solve the problem. Say when Mount Everest, Sherpa Tenzing had gone and at that time also there were indomitable problems were there, but they decided that we shall capture that 29,202 height Mount Everest. That's why problems appear difficult because there is no will to solve the problem. Problems are easy to be solved if there is will. Now these are the issues so far your domestic and foreign education are identical. The most important challenge which I think I have mentioned is privatization of education. Entire education from nursery, KC to PG, post-graduation, higher studies is privatized. 68% of the secondary schools privately managed, okay, and that is why children are going to these privately managed schools. The fees are exorbitant, and that's why the lower sections of the society, okay, it's not only we shall call Dalit. There are number of equivalent communities in the vast social order in India. Okay, that's why privatization. Hereafter, you are not going to get education, access to higher education, because whole education is privatized. And the privatization of education, because education is no more remained a commodity or that is social good. It has become now private good. Private good means what? Those who are having capacity to purchase or buy that good, only they can buy. Those who don't, you don't have entitlement for that. That's why we also have to struggle that we need education, mostly higher education in the public sector, and state must undertake the responsibility. That's why when we are talking about the problems and prerequisites of higher studies in India or abroad, if state doesn't spend more, in 1966 it was recommended by the Kothari Commission that we should spend not less than 6% of the GDP on higher education. Even today we are not able to spend 3.9% of total GDP, states and centers taken together. And who are affected? Okay, the people, those who are businessmen, those who are traders, those who are money lender, those who are stock exchange brokers, those who are generation doctors and engineer for 3-4 large generations. In one family, those doctor, engineer, etc., they are not affected. This country, let us must understand, is working only for 25 top percent of the population. Remaining 75% of the population of the country virtually don't have any place in economics, in politics, in social decision making process. If according to World Inequality Report, 1% of India's population can control 54% of income and 73% of wealth, what kind of egalitarian society you are going to discuss and you are going to achieve and you are going to struggle for? That's why this is much wider issue. And when we are talking about higher education, particularly, the other social dimension is that the vested interest, the upper classes and upper caste, they want indirectly to restrict the access to higher education so far as these downtrodden sections are concerned. And the reason for that is why this criminal, etc., why the reservation is not fundamental right, why courts are giving this kind of judgment, why promotion is not a fundamental right. See, without officially dismantling reservation policies, actually practical steps you are taking in such a way that reservation policy ultimately renders meaningless. And the only reason for that is, say particularly so far Maharashtra is concerned, and I say without any kind of hesitation, that conversion, whatever one may say, but conversion was cultural revolution. Okay, and that is how the community which was formerly Mar community, and today it is the only community which is in the stronghold and in the forefront of this movement. Others must join, but others are not joining. There also Buddhists must understand and they must try deliberately to remove these obstacles. But the real competition is coming only from the Buddhist community in Maharashtra. 95 IAS officers from Buddhist community, they are giving in Maharashtra side posting. Confidential records are spoiled. Okay, so there are so many dimensions. I was talking about, out of your 600 universities, if only 300 universities are state universities, and they also are now starting nucleus universities. I will give you one simple illustration how your access to higher education is restricted indirectly. Now, say Mumbai University was having around 700 affiliated colleges, which I wanted to bifurcate or trifurcate in 3 universities. But now what they have started, the KC College and all other 3 or 4 colleges, they started now cluster university, detached from Bombay University. Then Institute of Science, then Government Law College, and Elphinstone College, where Baba Sahib became graduate, and Sydenham College. They've made now cluster university. Now means all children, that is sons and daughters of affluent sections of the society living at Walkeshwar and Malabar Hill, they will be going to all these cluster university, and all the downtrodden, etc., for them Bombay University, Mumbai University. This means that whether Mumbai University runs or doesn't run, the affluent sections are not always affected. That is why Suraj definitely must be knowing better. Antonio Gramsci, the latest, most competent commentator on Marxian philosophy, he said, the ruling classes set the game of the social, political, education, and cultural discourse. And this social, cultural discourse determined by the elite sections of the society is totally anti-poor, anti-Dalit, anti-downtrodden, anti-OBCs, and overall anti-poor. So these are the things so far this education discourse is concerned. Now, particularly those who are going abroad, okay, for them, I must say that they must avoid inhibitions. Any kind of means at the age of, I think, 1913, Dr. Ambedkar went to London, Columbia University, 1913. At that time, he was at the age of 24. And I had seen the hostel where he was staying when I first went to Columbia University. Now the question is, you must have no inhibitions about your. The moment you go, you must have that I shall succeed, as I mentioned about the confidence. Second point is you must be flexible. You must be adaptable, because when 20 years, 25 years you're in India, we have got one set of habits. You have got one set of perceptions. When you are going abroad, to any country for that matter, that country is having completely separate, different, unique cultural background, social background. You must locate yourself in that cultural setup. You can't go and change cultural setup of America or, for example, Japan, because your adjustability is extremely important. This adjustability is of your perception, your habits, your living style, your accommodative nature, your capacity to, your willingness to listen to others. What is democracy? Democracy is not something God sent heavenly good or discourse. Democracy is not only even eternal vigilance in the price of democracy, not only the broadening the decision making. Democracy essentially means dissent, and dissent comes only when you have got tremendous patience to listen to the others. When you say my position is right, you are living in the fool's paradise. That's why you must have selected kind of friendship where you are open, where you are expressive. Third important thing, that you can't become introvert, because introvert or introversion, continuously looking inward, in course of time makes you isolated. And the moment you, I'm just dealing with psychological dimensions of foreign studies, because suppose for example I have visited 22 countries during last 20 years. Now what happens is, ultimately you feel when you are going to India, okay? Now suppose when you want to stay there 3, 4, 5, 6 years for your higher studies, uh, tremendous amendment has to made in your life profile. Okay, see, unfortunately, what happened is we always talk about Dr. Ambedkar as a model, as a symbol, as a source of inspiration. But actually, hardly anything we borrow or we try to learn from hundreds of the aspects of his dimensions of personality. Not a single thing which you can. I will give another example of Marx, because what happens unfortunately is, he was Suresh was just now mentioning, in the Dalit community or Dalit discourse, political discourse, or Ambedkar movement, actually Marx's name has become taboo. You can't even utter the name. Immediately people say that Marxism, Marxian perspective, and communism, they are basically different things. Marxism is not of science. Communists are absolutely wrong. There cannot be a science of social revolution. Science is only in physical science, electricity, matter, computer, okay, atom. That is science. Science, and because Marx also never said that this is science of revolution. I was giving another example because when I went to London Museum, Marx one day did not go because he did not have enough clothes to cover his body. And then sitting in the museum without going to any factory in the world, he gave the slogan, "Workers in the world unite." The entire history of human civilization, Marx could write just by sitting in London Museum, just through speculation. Now, what tremendous capacity. Now, everybody can't become Marx, everybody can't become Einstein, or everybody can't become Dr. Ambedkar. That is altogether a different thing. What I'm telling is that you must have tremendous amount of adjustability. And for that, you must have control on your lifestyle. What is your resources, how much you'll be spending, then changing your character accordingly. Now, these are some of the things which are extremely important so far foreign studies are concerned. One of the dimensions I would tell you that uh, Indians generally prefer English knowing countries because, for example, where you want to go to America, because one thing, America is, it is open society, and moreover, you get their scholarship easily more than Britain. Earlier, people were going to Britain. America is not the only source of knowledge in the world. Okay, after farewell to the arms, suppose for like Ernest Hemingway. Okay, how many American novelists could be considered on par with, say, Dostoevsky or likewise? My point is, today America has become, Indian mind has become unique, American centric. Okay. Now there is nothing wrong because resources are tremendous, relatively open society. Even president could be challenged. Even president's sons or daughter not following the signal could be arrested and put into the jail, which is rarely, it is just beyond imagination so far India is concerned. That is why democracy has becoming successful in the European countries, not because of their white skin. They have imbibed those values. I shall give you one illustration. I was in Washington and along with my wife, I was to deliver a lecture in World Bank. So I was just going to White House to see along with my wife. My car and Obama car, there were two cars in between. I asked my fellow who was driving for me, which is that big car? He said that because car stopped near the signal. He said Barack Obama. Now Barack Obama's car stopped near the signal. India, just most ordinary person also, if he's having some political and backing, he becomes just like Emperor of India. Now, rule of law, that the heart of democracy. I was saying those Indian students want to go abroad, along with English language, they must also try to understand some other language. For example, you are trying to go to Japan. You must have workable knowledge of Japan at least. When I started 22 language certificate courses in the university, because of the globalization, when you are becoming mobile, English is good or bad. What kind of English Indians are speaking? I don't want to go into that. Okay, where going, Bombay going, when coming, evening coming, and then they take pride. I tell you, it is more difficult to speak correct Marathi than to speak wrong English. And in Maharashtra, the people those who speak wrong English are given more social prestige. Those who are speaking correct Marathi, because of that is the color. That is Suraj is laughing. That is the that because language also is the source of exploitation. Please remember, every language of is equally important, but language also becomes a source of exploitation if it is not properly managed. That is why uh, we should diversify our knowledge so far languages are concerned. These are some of the issues broadly which come to my mind. The last point only is one. Now, what is the challenge ahead? Now, all the education system, your put discourse and etc. I think the challenge in India today is to fight neo-fascism. The most important challenge today, political, social, cultural, is neo-fascism. And let me tell you very frankly, on 13th, I think April 2016, when we were celebrating Dr. Ambedkar's 125th birth anniversary, I delivered 22-minute lecture, and then the entire lecture was on neo-fascism. And the deputy chairman was again and again telling Mungekar, don't give lecture on neo-fascism. We are discussing Ambedkar. I said, Baba, Ambedkar means opposition to any form of government other than democracy. And see, I remember Gramsci again and again, okay, only because Gramsci's argument is, by the way, why I shall be concluding hereafter. If you have got some questions, I shall sit longer time because my another session will begin around 8:30 or 8:45. Why I brought this? The lists are empowered really to whatever extent because India accepts parliamentary democracy. Any model of the government other than parliamentary democracy or democracy for that matter, but then I distinguish between presidential and parliamentary system of government. Parliamentary government, because in presidential system you can't have a Republican Party. There are hundreds of Republican parties, unfortunately. Only thing in India abundantly available is factions of Republican Party. That is the part. But parliamentary democracy, fascism totally tries to annihilate any form of democracy. Fascism doesn't want dissent. Fascism creates artificial enemy. Fascism is the brutal rule of the elite classes. Fascism is cultural chauvinism of the limited sections of the society. Fascism encourages militarization. Fascism encourages cultural nationalism. cultural nationalism is absolutely abstract thing. For example, let us say Hindu culture. Now we have got Indian culture, but since 85% of the population is Hindus, Indian culture and Hindu culture, they have become synonymous, which is not. Indian culture is composition of which Hindu culture is major part. But what happens is today when constitution itself is threatened, when constitutional values of liberty, limited equality, then fraternity out of question. In fact, everything is the travel of Indian parliamentary democracy up to 2014, and after 2014, there is a vast difference. That's why this abstract nationalism, and Gramsci I remember only because after reading sufficiently on fascism, according to George Sabine, when he wrote History of Political Theory, fascism is the latest political doctrine in the development of political science. Latest, there is nothing thereafter, and there is no precise definition. Though I can give definition of the Third International, that the most reactionary dictatorship of the chauvinistic reactionary sections of the capital, but that is confining only to Europe. In India, fascism is totally anti-poor, anti-Dalits, anti-Muslim, anti-women, because that is worshipping something abstract, Bharat Mata. Now, what is Bharat Mata? Now, everything should we surrender to Bharat Mata. Now, Bharat Mata means 125 persons are are symbolizing Bharat Mata. Bharat Mata is nothing abstract. It is not the map. It is not the forest and the river and Sindhus and Ganges. Any nation state is ultimately centered around the people. Fascism, there is no role for the people. Fascism only knows how to protect the interest of the ruling classes, and Indians contact ruling caste. That the ruling caste and the entire Brahminization of history. I think we have to de-Brahminize history. Indian history is written only from one perspective, and that is Brahminical perspective. I shall give one point and I shall close. See, thousands of people have become martyrs in the Indian freedom movement. Why only Vinayak Damodar Savarkar has become Swatantra Veer? He has given 7 different petitions to Britishers that I will sacrifice politics, I will not participate in politics, I surrender, I abide by the rules and regulations of British government. Okay? Why only? Because the instruments of writing history and what is called historiography. Historiography, as we know, is the discipline and discourse and perspective and perception of writing history. Selection of facts. Now, selection of facts is predetermined. What is your inference that you want to draw? That's why my question is that the biggest challenge before the disadvantaged, depressed, marginalized, destitute sections of the Indian society, of which Dalits are one part, if we continuously became Dalit centric, that is formerly Mahar centric, I tell you very sorry, but I tell you very frankly, we don't have any future. We want to make whatever efforts will be required, we want to make broad social, political, cultural alliance. And that is when it will be possible to make the beginning of Indian social revolution and beginning of solving these problems. Thank you very much, all of you, Vinay and Suraj, for listening to me, and Nilam and all those participants for whatever I have said. But I think these debates and discourse will definitely will be resulting into a dawn of the cultural renaissance in India, once again consistent with the requirements of the 21st century India. Thank you very much, and Jai Bhim.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and Jai Bhim to you. Okay, very well spoken, sir. Absolutely, you have given us an insight of about the education with your so much of experience over a period of time. And as you rightly said, that people are interested only in celebrating Dr. Baba Ambedkar Jayanti. It is a concept which you said, and with that concept, we had started this. The foundation of our AAG initiative was to celebrate Dr. Ambedkar Jayanti in a way that would transform, that would give some kind of pass on to some kind of an education, okay, to the society. And that's how Suraj and we got together And on the occasion of 129th birth anniversary of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, we thought initially that on around 14th April or 15th April, we would organize this program through a seminar, which we did last year. But because of the COVID restrictions and the lockdown, we could not do it. So we had this initiative. So this is our way of celebrating Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Jayanti, to tell you very frankly. Right, sir? Okay. You had talked about the concept of creamy layer, and yes, you mentioned that the social, you mentioned education gives the social and economical empowerment. And you also spoke about your book of Annihilation of Caste. That's the most sort of book, which is manifestation of social emancipation. And you had also given a prerequisite of higher education within and outside the country, which I think are very helpful for the students to note it down, that they must decide their goals, fix up their goals, and the goal setting must be realistic, okay, consistent, and with mentors and professional bodies, with the help of professional bodies. You gave a very good example of the cutting saloon, which you mentioned. Okay, and yeah, it's a very good example. I mean, whatever we do, it should be the best. Okay, any subject or any topic or whatever we do, we should be the best in our endeavor. And you had given that effort resources. That's another prerequisite. And after accomplishing the goals, what is the next? I mean, the students must come back and they work for the communities, for the country. You spoke about the universities, which is creation and dissemination and storing of knowledge. And you talked about the education. It is just not the degree. What it is. It is the relevance and what is the relevance of the degree, and the job contents that the degree would give for an employment. So that is a very important point. And you spoke about the requisites. Okay, having to have a self-confidence, and it is created in the course of time. And you spoke about the resources is a big problem. And you mentioned about the privatization of education. 68% schools are privately managed. Yes, it is right, and that process is going on increasing day by day. That is reducing the opportunities of education to the marginalized communities. And what Suraj had mentioned earlier, that's the reason he mentioned that be an owner, let us, and not the consumer. So we have to be the owner of education system. Only then we can change the system. Okay, so we have to put our foot there. And then the psychological dimensions of foreign studies that you had given, those going abroad should avoid innovation and be adaptable, adjustability. The vested interests always want to indirectly restrict the education access to the marginalized communities, which is very true. And you told us don't become introvert. And you spoke about the democracy dissent, and you gave us a Marx example. And you talked about the rule of law, which is the heart of democracy. You spoke about the challenges. You guided the students that learn the foreign language as you go abroad. So once again, thank you very much for your guidance. And with this, we move on to the last session. Neelam, over to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. So, Captain Vinay Bambole, we all know him, but still a little brief introduction. Captain Vinay Bambole.
No need for introduction. Don't worry. Go ahead.
No. We'll just go ahead with it, Lista. Captain Bambole is a Joint General Manager, Air India Mumbai, convener, Ambedkarite Aviators Group. Captain Vinay Bambole is a Senior Executive Commander of the rank of Joint General Manager working with Air India for the last 29 years. He's dedicated Ambedkarite and social activist working with various social and professional organizations. He is a Secretary, Federation of Indian Pilots based in Mumbai, President, Executive Pilots Association based in Mumbai. He being a senior executive pilot, he has held various administrative positions in Operations Department of Air India. Besides flying, he is actively involved in various social activities in the field of education and Ambedkarite movement. He is associated with ACJP, BANAE, and AIM. He is patron of SSGSS NGO, working for the betterment of the child rights and education at grassroots level. He has participated in various seminars at national and international level. He is a part of various global empowerment networks of Ambedkarite intellectuals. For his work in social activities and promoting Ambedkarite movement, he has recently been awarded Bhim Ratna Award by Dharmatma Foundation, Mumbai. He's the convener of Ambedkarites Aviator Group India, a group of Ambedkarite professional pilots from various airlines in India. Sir, Bambole.
Thank you. So till today, we started this, as I mentioned earlier. We had started this session. This is the series 2 of this session. This is a workshop which we had organized in association with my friend Suraj and Harvard Ambedkarite Group, and also we have been supported by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar National Association of Engineers, BANAE, and Global Empower Network. And we are very happy that all this, the international bodies have joined together, and we are here to provide you the much needed guidance in the field of higher education. Before I could conclude, okay, I will be inviting Mr. Sonare. He's from he's a representative of BANAE. He's a working president, just to give his few words. And before that, I would like to mention a few lines of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar says. Before that, I would just read out what Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar's educational, some attributes for the educational, in terms of education. Babasaheb himself studied a Master MA in Economics with Sociology, History, Philosophy, Anthropology, and Politics from Columbia University in 1915, PhD from Columbia University in 1917, MSc from London School of Economics in 1921, Barrister in Law from Gray's in London in 1920, DSc from London School of Economics in 1923, LLD from Columbia University and DLE from Osmania University in 1953. So why I read you out and elaborated his educational qualification is that Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, not only he studied the foreign education abroad, but he also initiated the process of enlightening the community and sending the people for higher educations. Okay, way back from 1928 onwards, that the first batch went to London and thereafter to USA and other places. So, so what we have to do is we have to also follow the footsteps of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. He has gone to so many places. Myself has been fortunate to visit to Columbia University on a couple of occasions. We visited the library where the bust of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar is mounted there. And on every year on the 14th of April, that's Dr. Ambedkar Jayanti, a social a program is organized by the Indian Embassy, and I have been witnessing that program for a couple of times. And it gives us an inspiration that when one person can do so much of study and can generate get so many of degrees. Okay, so why should we each and every one of us should not try about it? Okay, so we have to put in our efforts. So it is expected from all of you that you all get educated in India and abroad, and come back and help us in fulfilling the mission of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. In his historical speech in Agra on 18th March 1956, he appealed to the students that after completing education, they should serve their brothers and sisters so that the exploitation and injustice arising out of the ignorance may be ended. Okay, your rise is included in the rise of the society. Men are mortal, so are the ideas. An idea needs propagation as much as plants needs watering. Otherwise, both will wither and die. So that is how Dr. Ambedkar's visionary word. And with this in mind, we have started this this program. So let me give you a background of this program. In last year, in 2019, with the help of my friends, Harvard Ambedkarites from we had gathered together and we had organized a seminar in Nagpur. Okay, and also we had covered Nagpur as well as Brahmapuri, both the areas, so that the rural masses can also be covered. The idea is to reach out to the unreachable people. Okay, so that they get the idea of higher education and how one can achieve that. Our theme was margins to Harvard. म्हणजे गाव पातळी ते Harvard पर्यंत ची मजल. That was the concept, and we had received tremendous response from the students, parents. More than 1,000 people were gathered in Nagpur. and similar same number of people also gathered in Brahmapuri. So what we could do is we could generate, inculcate those ideas of higher education, and we could motivate with the help of Suraj and other Harvard Ambedkarites that achieving higher education is not an impossible thing. Anybody can do it, provided that we have a determination, we have a right guidance and right attitude. So with that aim, we started this, and after having created a motivation, what was needed was basically to give a tool to the students that actually how to go about it, because there are a lot of intricacies involved in the process of foreign admissions. There are financial constraints, family support, as our eminent speakers have told you over a period of days. And to bring it down to at one platform, okay, we had organized in the month of May, as I mentioned earlier, on the occasion of Dr. Baba Ambedkar 129th birth anniversary, a workshop that was much needed. And that was an 8 days workshop, similar type, and it was open to everyone. And we could give whatever the information covering from USA, UK, and Far East, the speakers, and to give an idea to the students about the intricacies of admission processes and what are the courses available, different type of scholarships. And actual, we bought into the counselors. They are the best in the field of education, the career counseling. We had Ms. Ratna Pant, Mr. Hemant, and we had Mr. Anirban earlier last time, and this time Mr. Arindam Banerjee, who's come from London to give us the idea about the GMAT and DRE and SAT courses and the TOEFL examinations, and various other reputed consultants we brought together. Only idea is to give you the overview of the admission processes in the foreign education. And with this, we have been able to take you to the level that your understanding about the admission processes abroad and the scholarship, the finances available, and about writing your SOPs and all those intricacies which are involved are clear. We also try to include a segment of psychological assessment, which is a very crucial factor. And I think Mr. Hemant has very wisely and very nicely explained the importance of it and how it helps you to determine your best career options. So with this kind of information, I'm sure you have got to a certain level of understanding. And as our speakers and our motivators and our counselors have mentioned time and again, that your efforts is the key for your success, and you have to take the step forward and make best use of the available opportunities, resources, research, and then step in forward for higher education. Once again, on behalf, rather than taking much time, on behalf of Ambedkarite Aviators Group, my co-host, Captain Neelam Ingle, Captain Rupali Wagmare, Captain Shrikant Gondane, on behalf of Harvard Ambedkarite, Captain Mr. Dr. Suraj Engde, and other team members who were there with us in the last seminar, that is Kanishka Ulupula and the other speakers, as well as on behalf of BANAE, Mr. Sonare, Dr. Abhay Bambole, and other BANAE members, on behalf of Global Empower Network, Ms. Vinaya, and all the associations which have joined with us, and on behalf of MindSpect, who have been instrumental in providing the technical assistance for this program. And these various speakers, I would just name out the speakers: Ms. Nitisha Besra, who came from Jharkhand, Ms. Riya Shah, Ms. Ratna Pant, our consultant, Mr. Hemant Adgaonkar, our psychological consultant, Vinaya, who's come from, joined us from Vinaya Thamke from New York, Mr. Manish Patil, who joined us from South Korea, again, and Professor K.S. Chalam, the ex-Vice Chancellor, joined us from Visakhapatnam, and then Mr. Arindam Banerjee, who joined us from London, Ms. Jayashree Kamble, Assistant Professor in English from New York, and Dr. Sona Zaria Miz, Vice Chancellor of Jharkhand University, and Mayor Rahul Junjunwala, who came from Times Consultancy, and Professor Dr. Vaishali Bambole, who joined us from Mumbai. Mr. Mangesh Borkar is the director of Sambodhi IS Academy, and and Mr. Deepak Sharma, who is a fintech, who is from Alia Fintech Technologies, Financial Technologies, joined us from New York. Dr. Aritri Banerjee, Associate Economist Consulting from Boston, she joined. And today we had Dr. Shalini Arya, the powerful presentation she had. And unfortunately, Mr. Hemant Sute, who was another consultant, because of his urgent exigency, he could not join in. We had Dr. Balchandra Mungekar and my dear friend Dr. Suraj Engre, and all those participants who have attended this program and patiently waited for 6 hours altogether, and the parents who have supported this program, our mentors, and special thanks to Varade sir and all the seniors who have participated and give us the boost to and encouragement to organize such program. So I thank you once again. And before I conclude, I would ask Mr. Naksin Sonare to give a concluding 5-minute speech. Sonare sir, you are there,
Hello,
please?
sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
ahead. Video, please.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, can you allow us? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening and Jai Bhim to you all.
Jai Bhim.
First of all, I salute and bow before our liberator, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Before I begin, I would like to place a very sincere thanks and appreciation of Captain Vinay Bambole, who single-handedly, we say I can give 98% of the work of this webinar and workshop. He single-handedly performed by Captain Vinay Bambole. So this is, then everybody must be thankful to him, because he brought all the distinguished faculties for this 4 days webinar, and also the girls, mostly girls, they are attending this program. Even boys are there, but majority girls are attending this program. So we should all be thankful to Captain Vinay Bambole. Myself, N.K. Sonare, I am retired as a chief engineer of ONGC, and as we heard today in the morning from Miss Arya, that she came from a slum and she is a first generation learner. So similarly, I am also a first generation learner. My parents were also, it is the story, mostly the first generation learner story is the same story. My parents were also the laborers, and I was the first, my elder brother was going to school, and with him I was also going the same school, attending the same school, and we struggled a lot. But I had determined that as Babasaheb Ambedkar struggled, and he shown us the way that unless we struggle, we cannot come out of this poverty and the deprivation. So throughout my school life, I was either first or second in my class. And then I joined in engineering after passing out from Polytechnic in Khamgaon. I did my diploma in mechanical engineering. Then I joined at the early age in ONGC. And right from junior engineer to I rose to the level of the chief engineer. And during this, my 39 years of service, I kept in mind that I must pay back to this community and to the society. So you will find ONGC is one of the largest, the corporation, public sector corporation. It is called a Maharatna company. This company has about 25% strength of SC/ST community. So since the joining, about 36 years, we struggled and we fought with the government, we fought with the management, and by using the platforms of the National Commission for Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribe, the parliamentary committees, and the help of the various members of parliament, we ensured that the reservation policy is implemented in ONGC. and you will come to know that ONGC is one of the corporation where large number of people, they have reached to the level of director, the executive director, general managers, group general managers. So we must remember one thing. Baba Sahib said that the future of any community, it depends on the role of the intellectual class. And Baba Sahib called doctors, engineers, lawyers, professors, they are the intellectual class. So the future of the community depends on them. And with this view, our engineers in 1969, they started the Baba Sahib Ambedkar Student Association in VNIT at Nagpur. And in 1987, there was the state conference at Nagpur of all the engineers. There it was decided to bring all the engineers fraternity from all over India under one banner, and Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar National Association of Engineers was started in 1987. And our organization, BANAE, now it is a into 2019. This part is we are one of the supporter of this program. Earlier also there was a meeting on the Maharashtra government's GR on overseas scholarships. So we were one of the sponsors and supporter of that program. So our organization is doing a lot of activities for the students' welfare activity, social welfare activity, economic advancement, educational advancement, and wherever there is a discrimination, not only on the engineers, helping the engineers is one part, but 99% of the objective is to how to uplift the community, our underprivileged sections of the society. So our organization has acquired, now one plot in Bombay at Andheri. We are constructing Baba Sahib Ambedkar Center, a library. We have already constructed Baba Sahib Ambedkar Sanskritik Bhavan at Nagpur on in our Urvela Colony, Varda Road. Then we have acquired plots and flats in some of the cities, and we are creating the libraries, and we have planned to open schools and hostels and all. So our job is to facilitate our next generation. How can they reach to the level of like Captain Vinay Bambole, Dr. Suraj Engle, and Dr. Mungekar, Mr. Yogesh Varade. So likewise, our next generation, they should compete, and they should go to the highest. They should acquire highest level of education. They should go to the Harvard. They should go to the Columbia, and not only in 5 or 10. They should be in hundreds of numbers. This is our vision. We, the BANAE, the Engineers Association, we have in our mind to have at least 100 our scholars in the Harvard and Cambridge, and how to facilitate them financially or otherwise also. So this is our objective, and we will keep on organizing such programs. And we hope from you that all those who are attending today, last 4 days, all our youngsters, young generation, we have very high hope from them that once they get into the top education, foreign universities, once they reach to the top positions, they will not forget the community. So what Baba Sahib had said, I would like to bring to your Baba Sahib said that you must learn one thing from my life, which is that I never disowned my community. I have always shared their sorrow and happiness, and will continue to do so. So it is every one of us, we are obliged to the Baba Sahib Ambedkar. बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर अगर नहीं होते तो हम और आप आज यहाँ पे सेमिनार नहीं करते होते और यहाँ बैठे नहीं होते. हम कहीं अभी रास्ते के ऊपर में कोई हम लोग गटर साफ करते होते, या कहीं गांव के बाहर में कहीं पे किसी कुटिया के अंदर में हम लोग, कहीं पे अंधेरे में किसी गुमनाम बस्ती के अंदर में हम लोग होते. तो हमको जो भी मिला हुआ है ये सब बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर की देन है. तो आप लोगों को जो भी करना है यही सोच के करना है कि मुझे अच्छा एजुकेशन लेना है, मैं जहाँ भी जाऊंगा मैं एक अच्छा आदमी बनूंगा, अपने परिवार का भी पालन करूंगा, अपने भाइयों का, भाई बहनों का, रिलेशन वालों को, सबको मदद करूंगा. लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का कर्जा उतारने की जवाबदारी मेरे ऊपर में है. तो जहां भी आप लोग जाएंगे, जैसे मुंगेकर साहब जो हैं, ये कैप्टन विनय है, सूरज एंगड़े है, योगेश वराडे जी है, ये गए जहां भी गए हैं, लेकिन उनका एक ही ऑब्जेक्टिव रहा है कि कैसे ये दबे कुचले लोगों को ऊपर उठाए. तो इस तरह का ऑब्जेक्टिव रखते हुए साथियों, अगर हम लोग आप लोगों को आगे काम करना है, हम लोग जब तक जिंदा है ये काम करते रहेंगे और आगे भी आप लोगों को करना है ना कहते हुए I express my sincere thanks to the Global Empower Network, the Mindsets, and the AAG, Ambedkarite Waiters Group. They have wonderful job done by AAG, and wonderful Mindset job is very good with how technically then their presentation, and AM Ultra has also done a very good job, and Time Institution from Nagpur, they have also given a wonderful presentation. So extremely thankful to all these people, and I close now here with my these few words. Thank you. Jai Bhim.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move on further. Just wanted to give you some information about the scholarships. I think which the students must be wondering, because we had a session dedicated on the scholarship. I think Mr. Hemant Sute was to come. He was to give an insight about the scholarships. However, since he is not there, I would like to just inform you about that. Financial constraint have been, and before that, when we give an advertisement for this webinar, and we have collected the data, so I think around 700 odd registration applications which we have received, and the data collected through that pertains to almost 89% of the participants have mentioned that financial constraint is financial problems are the greatest concern and the constraint and the hindrance for higher education. And then we had asked them about the family support. So very few of them were saying that maybe 7 to 8%, they were saying that family support is a concern. So now the financial constraint has always been a challenge. As you all are aware, or you may not be aware, the government of India has a scholarships called NOS scholarships, which is awarded every year for the overseas studies abroad. And there is a wide scope of that scholarships. I think one can go on to which Ratna Madam has already covered, one can go on to the website of the NOS scholarships by the Social Justice Department of Government of India. And similar scholarships we have in Maharashtra is under the name of Chhatrapati Chau Maharaj scholarship, that is scholarships for studies abroad. That scholarships has been going on for several years, and unfortunately, this scholarships was advertised for this year on 16th of April with the similar criteria that was applicable last year. The criteria being there was no income limit which was specified in the scholarships for those who come under first 1 to 100 QS ranking. And thereafter, the 6 lakhs limit was imposed below 100 QS ranking, and the vacancies are 75 vacancies. Unfortunately, because of certain representations, the ministry has decided to introduce the income limit criteria, okay, for even for the first 1 to 100 QS ranking holders. As a result, there has been a lot of resentment and anger amongst the students and the community, the scheduled caste community in our community over a period of time, that is since April. And this notification about the scholarship, the limit has come on 5th of May by the GR. And then subsequently, the advertisement, which was earlier introduced on, advertised on 16th of April, was revised, and a revised advertisement with the revised criteria, income criteria, was put on published on 11th of May. After this advertisement was published, again, lots and lots of representation have gone to the Honorable Minister of Social Justice, and by various organizations, even to the Chief Minister. And with that, the Honorable Minister has decided to withdraw that scholarship, the scheme. Okay, withdraw the scheme in the sense he had, while the GR dated 21/5 of this year, he has kept that scheme on hold. And then he mentioned, okay, in his tweet that he would call for a discussion about the income limit criteria, and he would release the advertisement at the earliest. However, there is no such move from the government of Maharashtra as such. So till date, the advertisement which was withdrawn, or which we would say which was held in abeyance, okay, by order dated 21/5, has not been reinstated. So we have to counter this moment or to counter this government act, we had organized a web talk, okay, inviting all eminent speakers from various organizations and the scholars from within India and abroad. And that was organized on 30th and 31st of May last month. And thereafter, 2 representations under the common platform by Ambedkarite Aviators Group and BANAE, as Mr. Sonare had mentioned, was sent on 8th and 9th of June to Honorable Minister, Mr. Munde, and one other to Honorable Chief Minister. Okay, and we have been following up thereafter. We are hopeful that soon this resolution will be taken and the scholarship would be reinstated, at least if not with the, and we had given some 28 points modifications because the containments of the schemes, they were not cordial for the students, and they were actually creating an agony and hurdles for the students. So we had given a suggestion, and we are open to the discussion with the minister, and that would help them to create a good document, okay, that will be helpful, and it will be in line with the spirit the scholarships was introduced, and not to create an hindrance, because these scholarships are not given as a charity. There is a special budget which is allocated by the government, and the government must utilize that budget for the specific purpose. And what was the reason was given that we are not having sufficient representation. Okay, so whereas the other states, if you look at it, they have around 300 to 400 and up to 500, and some states have no restrictions over the number of scholarships. So we had given a wise suggestion, taking study of all the 3-4 states, what are the best adopted policies in terms of higher education they have, and we had formulated certain guidelines with the help of 6-7 eminent thinkers in this field, and we have taken inputs from the practical difficulties which are faced by the students, and we derived that memorandum and given it to the Honorable Minister. So we are hopeful that these scholarships in its present form at least would be released at the earliest, and later on as this COVID pandemic gets over and the lockdown is released, then we would be called for some discussion, and we would try to work out a common platform and a good policy with the help of the government social justice department. So that is how about the scholarships. And once again, coming back to the session, as I mentioned earlier, once again, I thank each and every one of you. And I forgot to mention about the videos which we played. Okay, the inspiring videos by Sanyukta Gawande and Miss Avishka Avi, Sangam, Miss Veena Rangari, and Vanshika Gondane. These are the students who have taken out their time and specially created this video for this program. Okay, we had also approached to so many students, but to tell you very frankly, most of them, they said that, sir, we are busy in examination, or we do not have time, or and all those people are basically beneficiaries of the scholarship scheme. So what I'm trying to come to it is that those who are the dedicated Ambedkarites and those who have some concern for the society, only those people, they come in handy. And the rest of the people, they are here only to take the advantage of these scholarship schemes and not to show any concerns toward the society. So I really appreciate the courage and the time taken out by these 4 girls. And it was really very inspiring videos they have prepared. And those are such kind of people which we are trying to create. And those who consider that the society is paramount, and they will definitely, when they come back, they will work for the society. So with this note, and as our earlier speakers and the consultants have shown you, or they have briefed you about this, that you will have to work on yourself, have a confidence in you, and channelize your resources okay, and collate information, give your best foot forward, and plan your studies and plan your applications and the preparation for it well in time. This program is also, as I mentioned, would not have been possible without the help of Mr. Hemant Adgaonkar, who has been technically supporting and who has been interacting with the students, and Ms. Ansha Adgaonkar and her brother. They have been all those the colorful flyers which you see. These are the creations of Ansha. Ansha is an architect by herself, and she is a very good artist as well. So all these are her creation and supported by Mr. Hemant. So once again, before I conclude, I would ask Ansha, can you just put on the certificate and the website information? Okay, so all those participants, if you can have a look at this certificate, this is the certificate of participation which you are going to get it at the within maybe next 2 or 3 days. All those participants, I mean, what I'm talking about is the registered participants who have registered online and attended this program. So all of them, they are going to get this kind of a certificate. It is just a matter of appreciation for your involvement. I mean, we are always there to help you, but you have to start your own journey, and we are there to guide you. So this is the certificate which you are going to get. And besides that, the platform which you got and the package about Ansha, can you put the AAG Web Talk email ID, please? Okay. And beside this, the platform, iDream platform, which you have got it, and the psychometric testing tool which you have got it, that was the courtesy of Ambedkarite Evaluators Group. So initially we kept it open for 100 women participants, but we had, I guess around 87 women participants who are registered women participants. And then we made that number good, and the remaining will be given to the other participants, the male participants, whoever is interested. So we are limited with 100 number of coupons for that. These tests usually they cost you around 4,000 to 5,000 rupees in the market if you go, and the consulting fees thereafter. While we tried to give maximum time to Mr. Hemant to explain the attributes of these reports, so that you do not need any subsequent consultation, because that consultation will come at a cost. So I hope you have made the best use of it, and those who have got it, it will definitely come handy to you for determining your best career options. The iDream Career Portal is also very exhaustive and very, very informative. And even I was surprised, and I'm also using that for finding various courses available. So I think for the parents, those who got it, I mean, they can use it. They can use it for their siblings, and they can make the best use out of it. So once again, for those who have any questions about or any inputs about this program, and they have any suggestions that we should conduct such more programs, and they have any ideas about it, or various ideas about such programs, so then they can write it to us on this AAG webtalk 2020@gmail.com, and we will try and get back to you. And lastly, I would request all the participants to, Ansha, you can remove this. And I will request all the participants, they can open their videos and we can see all each other. And before we say goodbye, thank you. Okay, so there we are. Okay, so not many, I think still around 51 participants are left. Okay, so make best use of the tools which we have given to you, and be confident, be determined, and your path is already set ahead of you. We are there to guide you, but you have to help yourself. Okay, because without your initiative, there's nothing is possible. I request all the parents who are present here that please guide your, please support your children in acquiring higher education. As Shalini has mentioned, she's come from a very the background that was not suitable otherwise for education, but the determination and the family support made her going. And likewise, every parent should support their children in achieving the higher education and higher education abroad. So once again, on behalf of my friend Suraj, my co-host Neelam, and all my AAG members and BANAE members, I thank you very much. And if anyone has to say anything, the floor is open. You can just open your videos and you can open your audios and say whatever you want to speak out your heart now. If anybody wants to say anything, they can just open their video audios and they can say. We'll just have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Professor Dongre, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just to say from the root of heart, sir, thank you so much. These are probably what I can say, sir. Some say
thank you. Yeah, one by one, please, so that then we can hear it. Yeah, one by one.
They are getting the thoughts, lighting continuously, and they will definitely keep a next mindset behind.
Okay.
Then again the mind speak from the people, the mind speak, global network, always. Hats off to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Want to say one by one, please. Those who want to speak, they will unmute. Rest keep muted. Go ahead.
इंटर्नशाला आहे ना, इंटर्नशाला करून एक ते माहिती आहे ना तुम्हाला, इंटर्नशाला करून एक वेबसाईट आहे.
सांग ना बेटा.
ते कंटेंट रायटिंगचं हे आहे, काय म्हणतात,
I think somebody is at the background. If somebody wants to say something, please go ahead, open your mic and say. If somebody wants to say anything, please go ahead, open your mic and then say something. Yeah. We are closing it in 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much for.
Who is that? Who is that?
Sorry. This is Biren. This is Biren from Odisha.
Okay, go ahead, Biren.
Yeah, so I want to thank you for this wonderful session. And I had one thing in my mind when Dr. Suraj, he was talking about having aspirations and making the purpose of life, giving back to the society. And that was quite inspirational. And I just had one idea that we all here in the all the participants here are already graduate and postgraduate level. And I believe most of us at this age, we already have decided our career and what we want to do. And this starts when we are at high school at standard 8, 9, 10 level. And at that point of life, if we can think of serving back to the society, being for our own community, helping those who cannot help or helping the underprivileged. So I think in that case, if that happens, then we can have more people with us. And I'm saying this because I myself am a teacher and I'm an educator. So I deal with these young students, and I try to help them to think beyond just having that aim of education as just getting a job, but more than that. So if we could do something for at that level, if we can think of doing something, then that would be great.
Okay, put us your suggestion onto the email which we have given it to you. We'll work on it certainly. Yeah, sure. Suraj, you want to say something to him?
I just want to say thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to say?
Hello, sir. You can hear me?
Yeah, Samir, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So
your voice is not clear.
Hello, sir. Now you can hear me?
No. We are here. Yeah, go ahead.
So my question is for Suraj, sir. Actually, I mean, after his.
There's no question answer session here. Come on. I mean, we are just concluding it. Okay, if you want to say a few words, just say a few words. That time which was given to you, you did not ask questions. So I'm sorry.
No, sir. Sir, actually, this is not question time. I mean, I even posted my question on the comment.
Okay. Go ahead.
So as Suraj has said, the Dalit movement or Dalit spreading is within the Nagpur Mumbai, I mean, paradox, and the outskirts. I mean, apart from that, apart from Maharashtra, and there are lots of Dalits and marginalized section of students who are living outside. So my question is for, how these students who are living, outskirts, they can, develop themselves towards the, for the higher education abroad, and what he wants to say. Actually, sir, I'm marked up like this kind of decision I never faced. This is the first time I'm attending the lecture. So I'm not clear
Good,
about.
good. No problem. That's the way you should come forward. Na? That's how it will give you some kind of empowerment to come forward. Okay, this is the platform, you get it. So take it as a good platform and come out. Don't be shy. Come on, be sport. Okay, we got it. So we'll work it on it. I mean, if you have some kind of a suggestion, you give it to us. Suraj and me will discuss, and probably we will work out something on this. Okay, write it down, a concrete plan with a solution. Okay, so give a plan so that we can work on it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Anyone else? I can see Praveen there. Hi, Praveen. Go ahead. Your audio.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Jai Bhim, first of all, Jai Bhim, everybody.
Jai
I
Bhim.
should say it was an excellent program, which I could see, especially for the women, as the Baba Sahib used to say, that I measure the progress of a community from the develop and the progress made by the women. I think in that context, it is the best initiative taken by our Ambedkar Aviator group, supported by other organizations. And I feel every presenters, you already have named it, everybody has done their best to give the best to the participants. The only suggestion I could see is that we have not, the participation which would have gone to say 1,000, all over India.
Exactly.
There,
Yeah.
I feel we need a little bit of marketing, before we launch our program of this webinar. I think we will be able to, if not, even every state, like what the program we are fighting now with the Maharashtra government as for the this creamy layer is, the restriction of 6 lakh rupees has come. I feel that can be, we hope whenever the Honorable Minister call, that thing will be sought out. And I want that particular program of Maharashtra, which should be, I studied the 20 states of our country, where some of the states don't have this program of studying abroad. The scholarship for our students abroad. So I feel we should have a larger, the group, we should cover SC, ST, and OBC also. Because what I could see, many of the, the presenters were stressing on Dalits. I should say we should stop the word Dalit and we should say Ambedkarite. And that Ambedkarite word has got a pride, as the Dr. Suraj Engre has said, we should be proud of our ancestors. I really appreciate that point. And I feel we should, in Ambedkarite, means those who accept the thoughts of Dr. Ambedkar, let him be SC, ST, OBC, women, and even the general who feel he is agree with the thoughts of Baba Sahib Ambedkar and is ready to follow in his life. I feel, and we should take this program of Maharashtra government of studying abroad to each and every state of our country, so that our brothers and sisters in those states also get benefit of this study abroad, which Baba Sahib has started in 1943. And next time, sir, I would request, from on behalf of our Ambedkarite Aviator group, that we fly, so we touch the sky with the glory. So let all our Ambedkarite brothers and sisters touch the the sky of education with glory. And as the Dr. Suraj Engres rightly said, we should aspire for the awards like Nobel Prize, and there are hundreds of awards which our brothers and sisters will be honored, and we all community will celebrate it. Okay, he's from Kashmir, he's from Kanyakumari, maybe Gujarat, or from maybe from Nagaland, and we should be able to take this webinar to the wider people, and I'm sure if we do that step by step, I'm sure we will be able to fulfill the great dream of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar. With this, I say Jai Bhim to everybody.
Jai Bhim, thank you. Thank you, Praveen. Thank you, Praveen.
Thank you, sir.
somebody is saying ते सगळे ड्रायव्हर्स आहेत. तुम्हाला मी जरा सांगू इच्छितो हे ड्रायव्हर बनायला ना खूप इंटेलेक्च्युअल लागतं आणि मेहनत लागते. असे ड्रायव्हर नाही बनत. आणि हे ड्रायव्हर जे आहेत हे आंबेडकराई ड्रायव्हर्स आहेत आणि सगळ्यांना ड्राईव्ह करू शकतात तेवढी त्या ड्रायव्हर मध्ये शक्ती पण आहे. ओके, they should mind their languages and they should understand what they are talking, because here we are trying to be intellectual and we are going back to what era of going back and not showing any kind of attitude to that level. I'm sorry about it. Okay, so let's move on. And Praveen, as you mentioned, there is no limit as such which has been imposed now, because that is what is our point. Focal point is that we do not want any limit.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so at the moment the scholarship is kept on hold. It is under consideration. What they would do is probably they would release it as it is in the present format, and later on we have in fact asking it to make it open as per our guidelines, okay, and as per our suggestions. So let's see how it goes. But thank you, your suggestion. You are a part of our group. We will work out something. Suraj is listening to it, and we will do something about it at a other state level. Thank you. Anybody else is there? Okay. Okay, fine.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I want to.
Yes, doctor. Yes, Dr. Vaishali. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank sir especially for saying so good words about innovators and scientists. And his entire focus was on innovation. And I'm so proud of you, and I'm feeling so proud of myself for the first time that because we generally our efforts, and we scientists, we are few in numbers, and most of the time our efforts are not acknowledged at any platform. And when it is coming from somebody like you, and you have raised it as at a global level, really I'm very happy about myself, and all the women I'm sure would agree that it feels so proud to be even associated with all of you and to know you personally. And thank you so much for putting it forward.
Thank you. Thank you. That was nice words.
No, indeed. We have to celebrate Professor Vaishali Bambole and her excellent research. She's trying to produce new food for us to consume for a longer time shelf. And I think her research is being very much appreciated and covered by media also. So I think your research, Professor Bambole, is our pride. So we take share of excitement and enthusiasm in you. So we celebrate you.
Absolutely,
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Ours as well as Shalini's. Ours as well as Shalini's.
It was wonderful interacting with all of you.
Go ahead. If anyone has to say something.
Vinay sir, can I have some?
Who's that? If anyone has to say something.
Yes, sir. I do.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Once again, Ravi Prakash, sir, Dr. Ravi Prakash Dongre.
Go ahead, sir. Quickly.
Finally, conclude करते चाहूँगा. Go ahead, sir. Quick. या कम्युनिटी में बहुत सारी अभी फ्लो हमारे चल रहे हैं, सोशल में है, चाहे पॉलिटिक्स में.
आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
पहला अटेम्प्ट देखता हूँ.
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
पता है ये जो सर्विलेंस.
आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी.
Can you hear me now, sir?
We can hear you, but anyway, go ahead. You go ahead.
Hello.
Probably others may be hearing. Are you here, Praveen?
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
नहीं, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
No. Your voice. Okay, another 5 minutes, then we'll close that. Okay, because I can see that young girl there. I think she must have got some inspiration, and we had a special motivational speaker for you. That is Sanjukta. So I'm sure that must be some kind of inspiration. Can you say something? Go ahead.
Yes, I had my class, so I could hear most of the thing, but I couldn't hear end. So it was a very well put, this whole webinar thing, and I really loved what Suraj Bhaiya said. And yeah, and means all the speakers were like
very inspiring. Like now I just feel like gonna go there in my room, lock myself, and just keep studying for the whole day now.
So do we see you in either Columbia or one of the Ivy Leagues very soon?
Yes.
So come to the point. Let us come to the point, right, Suraj?
Yes, you all will.
Let us
Yes,
come to the
let us
point.
come now.
Okay. So your time starts now. Okay.
Yes, yes.
And we see you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody else?
Yeah, Bambole sir, just one point I just would
Go
like
ahead,
to say. If ever, though it is not possible, but just in this thing, if ever Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar would have been alive and he would have been seen such a webinar in his own days, that such type of webinar facility was not there. But if at all, if he would have been live and see, I think he would have been the most happiest person in the world. That such type of webinar, the place of the career, which field to go and how to go, and such webinar is given to our brothers and sisters, and they can choose a field of their choice, and they can go abroad like him and study and come back to our country and inspire our brothers and sisters to follow them. That was the greatest day would have been. Thank you so much, Javed.
Correct. That's the whole concept of it, because why we are from a different field, but what one factor drives to us is Dr. Ambedkar. That is the driving factor. Okay, which so many people like Global Empowerment Group, okay, BANAE, okay, Howard Ambedkar. Why we are coming together? Because we have one common goal and we are all dedicated, because we have concern for the society, having achieved our expertise in our own field. Okay, so everybody should have that kind of a concern. Why should you, me, and Suraj? Only we should have. Everybody, each and everyone should have it, because everybody is a beneficiary and everybody is obligated, indebted to that one man who has created this, because he was there. That's why we are here. So if that kind of a concept, if we have it in mind, only then we can do something. Okay, and we can multiply and we can progress. So with this, the students, they should understand that when they go, they should keep their community in mind and be proud, be assertive, okay, and be very clear that who you are. Okay, we are all very open about it. Okay, so everybody should say that. Okay, I generally mention that there are 4 categories when a person applies to for any job or something. Okay, so the 4 categories of general, SC, ST, OBC. Okay, so general is a category, so that person is also of a category. Okay, which is taking 51% of the reservation. Correct.
Yes.
He is proud of saying that he belongs to general, so why should I not be proud of it? Okay, but I'm taking a less amount of reservation. He also says he is a category. If there was no category, okay, then there should not have been that column, right? Correct. Because there is a category, so there is a column. So people should understand that these categories are for everyone. Okay, so they should come. They should not be hesitant to speak out about their own category. Everybody is of a category.
Excellent point.
Okay, everybody is of a category. So let's not have any taboo or anything. It is there. It is there because the provision is there. Okay, so you can't do anything about it. It is for the policymakers to decide. I am there. I am the beneficiary. Yes. Okay, because the policies are there. Okay, and then there is a history behind it. Okay, there is a scientific study behind it. So be it. Okay, you can't change. He can't change. Okay, it will require generations to change that.
Exactly.
Okay, because generations we have suffered. Okay, that's why this is there. So, chalo, come on. Let's move on to anyone else. Okay.
Hello, it's Abhay over here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying that in 1919, when Dr. Babasaheb went to Columbia, and the progress our society has made in 100 years, and when I see these young boys and girls going in at least hundreds, so the progress which we made in 100 years, that we should be able to achieve that same progress, at least that magnitude in another 10 years.
Correct. Don't worry.
Excellent.
We will be behind them with a jet engine, not to worry.
One Babasaheb Ambedkar goes to Columbia 1919 and we are over here, and when this,
absolutely.
And our torchbearer is Suraj, Dr. Suraj. Hats off to him, his thought process, he's amazing.
Absolutely.
And you, Captain Bambole and the Suraj, I think it is one of the best combination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so my compliments to you.
Thank you, guys.
These particular young kids, they should know that we are banking on them.
Then absolutely, and they have a support. This is the group which is supporting, like Vinaya said. Okay, that we are there to guide you. In fact, what we are going to do is we are going to give them the entry to Gen network also, because there is a network of mentors. Okay, so they should get the knowledge. So we are going to give it to them. we are going to provide them each and every document of this webinar so that they have something for the reference. It is not that you had something in the webinar, then you forget about it. There has to be something to take on. There has to be something, role models look into it. When they open Dr. Vaishali's portfolio, when they open Dr. Shalini's portfolio, when they open Dr. Surat's portfolio, they should look at that. Okay, that's the whole concept of it, and they should get an inspiration from them, and they should realize it. That is how we are trying to do it, and we'll try and achieve it. If there is any suggestions, better suggestions, please guide us. Okay. Anyone else? Then we'll call it a day now.
I would like to add a small point here.
Go ahead.
That this entire event was so meticulously designed, and this program happened first time ever that at every node there is an officer. From going from, I think, from Nagpur to Harvard, if we decide, if anybody plans to go, then at every nodal point there is a person which you have installed, and there is a system and a strategy. And this is first time, this idea was conceived, and first time this is happening ever.
Correct.
I think with Vinay Dada's initiative, we could actually see this day, and then it keep happening. So this is the best part of the entire event, that at every point there is somebody to look after and somebody to take you forward from one step to another. So thank you so much for this, and I wanted to clear this point.
Because in this, see, such kind of programs are, everything is to give. There is nothing to gain.
Yeah.
Okay, there is only one thing to gain, that people should do it, and they should help others. That is the gain which we are looking at it. Okay, so we have a vested interest, as Suraj has also said, and I am also saying it. See, we will give you everything, but we have a vested interest. We are here to guide you, because we are utilizing our time. We are giving our time. We are working for 16 hours. Okay, and we are sitting together. It is because we have a concern for you. So we have a vested interest that you would do it. Go there and get 10 people, we'll be very happy. Okay, we don't need anything from you. The society needs from you. The society needs from you. Your brothers and sisters, those who are less privileged, okay, who are less deprived of information, okay, who are beyond communication level. You have to get them there. Like we had Mr. Tatard, okay, last time from Amravati, who has got into Columbia University. Okay, so we need such people like that. Okay, we need people to those who go there. They should encourage others to go, not to become a selfish. Okay, so we have some kind of a investment here, definitely, in terms of generating an intellectual society which will propagate the knowledge, and then slowly we will be coming. We will try to come at par. Okay, we are not less, but in numbers, what I mean to say, in numbers, definitely we'll try to achieve that target. Okay, so
sir, one point I just want to say, you just mentioned somebody mentioning drivers, but I want to say this whole program was being organized by Ambedkar Evite group, and you rightly said it takes a lot of hard work to become a captain of the aircraft. And I want to tell those guys, whomever is that, in the coming years, this same Ambedkar Evite group will take thousands of students for study abroad. This is the wow we'll take it from our Ambedkar Evite group. And we'll show to them, we give them the fitting reply what these drivers can do that.
No, probably they may not be aware. They may not be aware. Okay, the terminology, but that's fine. But the way that notation was made, okay, that needed a befitting reply. Okay.
Exactly.
Driver is a compliment.
We'll
See, you are driving the whole society. We should take it as a compliment.
Correct. Like Shalini said, we need a critic. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
So we will take it as a compliment.
Perfect.
Probably we will be able to change the perspective of the gentleman who spoke that wise words. Okay.
Very true.
And they must have seen our Captain Neelam, okay, and Captain Rupali. Okay, these are the young generation. They are the pilot. They are one of the best pilots which are available. Okay, and they are no less than anyone. Okay, and they have no fear. They have no shy. Okay, they are there because they are truly Ambedkarites. Okay, so that should be the spirit. Okay, and
definitely
that's the reason. It's so nice of them. They have come for this program, and they have engaged themselves throughout the 6 hours, keeping the children and the kids aside. Okay, so that requires a dedication.
They are carrying forward your legacy. How
of course they are there. No, that's how.
How
see,
you
we
get
all have to.
means nobody knows behind the behind the.
No, but Correct.
You
I
are
still find
quarantined in a hotel and how you are conducting and what you are going through.
Exactly.
Only your teammates know that. So they are carrying forward your legacy. You are the role model. So
See, to do something, what you need is just a motivation, okay, and a dedication and a reason to do it, okay. Otherwise there is no end to it, okay. So with this, let us call it a day, and it is already, because I think we got notation from the administrator that it is enough. Suraj, anything you want to say, and before we say goodbye?
No, so
Thank
on
you.
the count of 3, 2, 1, let's say Jai Bhim
Thank you.
together. All of
Okay,
us.
so once again, Jai Bhim to all of you, and thank you. Okay.
So Jai Bhim.
Jai Bhim.
Jai Bhim. Jai
Okay.
Bhim.
Right.
Jai
Thank you. So we'll call you.
Jai Bhim.
Okay. Jai Bhim, sir. Jai Bhim. Aisha, you can close the meeting, please.